Hello, everyone. This is Ocean State Running powered by Marathon Sports coming at you live from Connolly Stadium in Providence, Rhode Island, live on the National Federations of High School Network. Coming to you with the Rhode Island State Championships here in Providence. We're going to have field events going on right now. Those started at about 1 o'clock. Pole vault started about 5 minutes earlier. And so we'll have a little bit of that broadcast is here with some of our camera crew, but our main commentary will begin at about 1:45. Track events will start at 2 p.m., so don't go anywhere as I'll get underway in about a half an hour.
They about to start what?
She has to stay for at least 6 months because that's when she'll get the full rate of her full-time notice. So I'm hoping for now we can 17 and realize it. But like wherever you go for a new job, same thing. Should be on the inside of the track.
That guy said to go outside.
Oh, all right.
He's like, why would they do that to me?
Get the people right now. So especially you, bro. Bro, I can't help you, bro. You know, literally after seeing you. Alright, bro. Alright, bro. Alright, bro. Got his slides on, bro.
But they're walking on the outside.
Hello, everyone. This is Ocean State Running, powered by Marathon Sports, sponsored by Hoka. I'm Ryan Moore here with you, coming to you live on the NFHS network for the RIIL State Championships of 2024. Coming here from the lovely Connolly Stadium in Providence, Rhode Island. And here with me, I have Steve Mazzone. We're going to quickly talk about some of the things that we want to look at coming into today's state championships, which teams to look out for, some of the athletes that we'll look to see kind of be the quote-unquote stars of today. So, Steve, talk to some of us about what you expect to see today.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me in a little different day than it was here last year. Last year was 45 degrees. Today, I think it's like 85 degrees. So slightly different temperatures, plus no wind. So we could have some fast times. But beginning with the girls meet, it's West Warwick last year won their first outdoor state title. They seem like the odds-on favorite to do it again this year, primarily because of the Ray sisters, Lisa Ray and Xenia Ray. Lisa Ray last year at this meet won 4 events, the 100, the 200, the 300 hurdles, and the 100 hurdles. She's entered in all 4 again and can do the same, and will do the same, it seems.
Wow.
The only thing we're going to probably be looking for is for her if she's going to get another state record. Or a meet record. And then you got Xenia Ray, who's the top seed in the 400, number 2 seed in the 100 and the 200, and will be running a leg on the relay squad, the 4x100, which is ranked number 4 in the state, I believe. That's West Warwick's the team. The teams behind them, you got Classical, you have Cumberland, and you have Coventry, I believe. All these teams are the teams that can challenge them up front, and those are going to be again. It's all West Warwick, and it's a matter of who can win it, who can play second, as far as the girls.
That's awesome. What are we looking at on the boys' side of things for them?
On the boys' side, as far as the team championship, Bishop Hendricken, which won it last year, will be trying for a state title number 28 today. But I don't consider them the favorite. I consider Barrington, which won its first indoor title, as the favorite. But Hendricken will still be in this meet. And you also got LaSalle Academy, who's a consistent front runner, too. All three, the one thing they all three possess is depth. They all have depth, and that's what you're going to see today. You're going to see a lot of point scorers in different events. One place that Barrington can score a lot is the hurdles, the 300 and the 110-meter hurdles. You got Bobby Wynn and you got Ethan Knight. Ethan Knight's the defending champion in the 110 hurdles. And they can go 1-2 in the 110 hurdles, and Ethan is the top seed in the 300 hurdles. Okay. So that's where they're going to do that. LaSalle has strength in the sprints. They do have some distance runners, like Marshall Vernon, who can win the 3,000 and the 1,500. Won those titles during the indoor season, but they can score at least 40 points in the sprints. And Hendricken has point scorers throughout, including the number 2 seed in the hammer.
Okay. You also noted how we're probably going to see some fast times for sprints, but distance-wise, it's going to be a hot day for distance today. I don't know how well we'll see some of those times with this heat coming in. It's getting about to be 80 degrees.
Yeah, the 1,500 definitely. The 3,000 is going to be later in the meet, so hopefully things cool down a little bit. But both races should be very competitive, extremely competitive. We have a bunch of runners in that low 4-minute range in the 1,500, including Cole Francis from Narragansett. You got Marshall Vernon from LaSalle Academy. You got Eli Ziegler from Moses Brown. You got a bunch of guys that are in that low 4-minute range that can battle for that individual title.
Okay, well, thank you, Steve Mazzone, for that amazing preview. We're going to probably send it down to the field as we have the national anthem starting up here, and that'll be it for the preview. And again, track events will be starting at 2 p.m. I believe we'll be starting off with the was it 4x8?
4x8.
4x8 will be a start, so that'll be at 2 p.m. But right now we'll have the national anthem. We'll take a quick ad break before we get into the track events. So you're watching the NFHS network for the RIIL state championships.
Yes, sir, excellent, everybody.
Thanks, Steve.
Documentary?
I will in a second. I'm going to go ad break.
Oh, sure. Well,
I will
Yeah, so Barrington still leading here, 400 meters in. Followed very closely by Classical.
He's going for the pass now.
Yeah,
Barrington holds him off.
that was about 58, 59 seconds. The opening 400 for both those teams. East Greenwich now leading for 5th over Tollgate. And Portsmouth has put a significant gap on the rest of the field for moving to 8th place. Final scoring spot. So it looks like Barrington leading right now with about 65 meters left into this final exchange. Slightly over Classical, but he's starting to come back and he's making a slight pass into this final exchange here. And it'll be right around 6 minutes. So once again, another like 2 flat for those guys. They might be just under 5:59 and they will be trying to break 8 here, I'm guessing. Classical immediately takes a big lead here.
That's a big statement right there.
The gap has significantly increased for 3rd over Hendrickian. It's almost 100, about 90 meters or so. Charahoe in 4th place. East Greenwich trying to close in 5th. And then Cumberland making the pass on Tollgate for 6th. And Barrington still in 8th place in that final scoring spot. About 51 seconds on that opening 400 for Classical. So we are out. He is out hot.
Yeah, it looks like he's not even slowing down either.
No, not at all.
Yeah, so really trying to get that sub-8 mark.
Yeah.
It looks like it's.
Oh, yeah, they're going sub-8 for sure.
We'll have to take a look to see how far under 8 they go. It's going to be coming down to this final 200. Barrington
Yeah,
still looking strong too.
20 at 200 to go for Classical. Barrington might have to close if he wants that sub-8, but he's still on pace, 7:27. It's about 100 meters back to 3rd on Hendrickian, and East Greenwich still kind of close on Charahoe for 4th.
He's tying up a bit, but it's definitely a big enough gap to hold on.
Yeah.
Should go under 8.
Going out in 51 in the 800 is
Bold, but
very
did the
bold.
job.
Exactly. This is going to be a pretty fast anchor leg from Classical as he celebrates at the line. About 153 leg for him.
Wow.
Final time, unofficially, 7:53.4 for Classical. Barrington 2nd, and I can't quite see the time, but
We'll get the official times here. So Classical 7:53.49. Barrington 8 flat 11.
so close.
We 1 and 2, and then here it comes down. Your number 3 team is to be Bishop Hendrickian.
Yes. And then
So that would cross the line about 8:19 for 3rd.
Charahoe 4th, East Greenwich 5th. Portsmouth with a big leg to move up into 6th. And looks like Tollgate and Cumberland at the line, and looks like Tollgate may have gotten him at the line.
So Charahoe in 4th, 8:24.06. East Greenwich 8:25.38. Portsmouth 8:33.57. Tollgate 8:35.84. Cumberland 8:35. St. Raphael 8:42.56. Burrowville 8:42.64. Mount Hope 8:45.15. Cranston West 8:49.79. LaSalle 8:59.4. North Smithfield 8:53.46. And closes out Woonsocket at 9:02.67.
That also might have potentially been a meet record for Classical.
Nice.
I need to double check that, but it might be.
Yeah, again, this is going to be a day that we're going to see some state records, meet records go down.
Especially in the sprints with the weather.
Yeah, the sprints, I was also mentioning that with Steve Mazzone in the preview here before we got underway with the track events. That the weather is going to be good for the sprints. The distance is going to be a little bit tough, but for sure it's going to be a good day for some Good running. So that'll do it for the boys 4x800 meter relay. As we're gonna get quickly set up for the girls 4x100 meter relay.
4x1 is next?
Yeah,
Yes.
4x1 is next.
Wow, cool. I like
Yeah.
this order.
Yeah, so that is a meet record for classical. The previous meet record of 7:55:05 from 2009, set by Westerly, and they had one of their legs, Andrew Springer, infamous in Rhode Island, ran 4:02 as a senior in high school.
Yeah, so classical with the new meet record, 7:53:49. Whole 2 seconds is quite a bit
Yeah,
for how long ago was that meet record set?
15 years.
15 years. Wow.
Yes.
Then do we know how many of those are going to be returners next year? That team.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
And it was 153.93 on the anchor for classical.
Wow.
So,
Probably no doubt that was probably
yeah, Thomas
Thomas
Breen.
Pitt. Yeah.
That'd be my guess as well.
Yeah, pretty good guess. We'll look to see how he does in the Open 8. I actually haven't seen where else he is in today's line of events, but definitely see him in the 8.
Yes, I think he was in the Open 800. But he's got about 2.5 hours or so.
Yeah, so plenty of time, but we'll see
Yeah.
how well the double will treat him here. So again, we'll get underway with the girls 4x100 meter relay.
There should be 3 heats of this. First heat has 3 teams, and the next 2 heats will each have 6 teams.
So taking a look at section 1, we'll have Cheraho in lane 3, Smithfield in lane 4, and Lincoln in lane 5. Your top seed in this heat is Smithfield with 52.58.
Next on the track is heat 1 of the girls 4x100 meter relay. Cheraho is in lane 3, Smithfield is in lane 4, and Lincoln is in lane 5.
Is there only 3 teams in this one to start out with?
Yeah, they take 15 teams, so they're going to do
Yeah, makes sense.
3, 6, 6.
So something we always talk about with the 4x100 is going to be, doesn't matter how many girls or boys you got that are running fast times in this 100. It's going to be all about these handoffs. The handoffs are crucial in this type of relay. We just saw the 4x8, so it's a good dynamic to kind of switch off of where you have 4x8. There's plenty of time for that handoff, but for the 4x1, it's only 10 meters you get for that, and it goes by quick. So state record in the 4x1 is 47.64, set back 2 years ago, and the meet record set back in 2009 is also.
I think they messed that up. The state record is from 2009, and the meet record is from 2022.
Yeah, I was just reading them in order, but yeah, looks to be that way. Yeah, it might be switched up on the website here.
Because I was there in 2022 when they set the meet record, and I recognized some of those names from that year.
Okay, well there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, that looks like to be about the same time, but they about 1,000 seconds off of
I
it.
think the state record was run at a non-state meet. I don't think it was run at the state meet.
Oh, okay.
I think it was run at I'm actually not sure where it was run, but
New England's maybe.
for nationals. And it looks like we're off in this first heat, the girls 4x100.
So again, Cheraho in lane 3, Smithfield in 4, and Lincoln in 5.
So far, seems like
Lincoln
yep,
handed off
maybe
first.
Smithfield right there too, though.
Yeah, so it's going to be in that order: Lincoln,
Now Lincoln
Smithfield,
pulling away.
Cheraho.
Like a strong second leg from Cheraho, making up the stagger. But it looks like Lincoln with the lead here on this
Yeah,
back
Cheraho
turn.
moving into second, quickly gaining on Lincoln.
Yes, and they'll be leading here into the final straight.
Cheraho a little far out. Looks like they're going to definitely get the handoff off in nick of time. Lincoln coming down the straightaway too.
Looks like it'll be Charaho that's going to take this first section of the girls 4x1.
So Cheraho looking like they're going to get under 52 seconds. So they'll get 51.98 to win the heat. Lincoln in second, 52.41, and Smithfield 53.35. So 51.98 will be the time to beat for the next few heats. So now moving on to section 2 of the girls 4x1. In lane 1, we have East Greenwich. Lane 2, Barrington. Moses Brown in 3. LaSalle in 4. Punagansett in 5. And the Prout in 6.
So keep 51.98 in mind.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams are definitely well under that time in the seeding. East Greenwich having 51.92. The fastest time is LaSalle here in lane 4, 51.06 in this heat.
Seems like we're about ready to start this one as well.
So here we are underway. Clean start for the second section of the girls 4x1. Not a lot of movement here in this first leg. It looks like it's LaSalle going to be breaking up the stagger already. LaSalle making great moves up.
Yeah,
looks like they're going to be first in the third handoff. Yep. Next handoff looks to be all clean here. LaSalle building up a great lead in this second section.
And it looks like Moses Brown and Barrington on the inside for second and third in the heat.
Yeah, it's going to be battle for second here.
Looks like Moses Brown moving into second, and East Greenwich closing on the inside, but LaSalle is going to take the heat just maybe under 50 seconds.
Barely under, it looks like.
Yeah, LaSalle unofficially 50 flat, .00.
Yeah, so just couldn't get there. So Moses Brown, 50.98. East Greenwich in third, 51.23. Punagansett, 51.35. Barrington, 51.61. And Prout, 51.82. So it looks like most of these teams were able to beat out the top time in the previous heat. As we'll now quickly move to the third and final section of the girls 4x1. This heat we have North Kingston in lane 1, Cumberland in 2, Cranston West in 3, West Warwick in 4, Classical in 5, and East Providence in 6.
East Providence in lane 6. Final section goes 4x100 meter relay.
This could be another important event in that team battle, Classical and West Warwick being two of the other top team favorites. So we'll have to see where LaSalle's 50.00 will line up with this heat.
Yeah, and again, that'll be the time to beat here for LaSalle to kind of sneak in there for that top 8, maybe even the top 6 potentially.
Well, they're definitely top 8.
It is true. It is true, Tyler.
Now they're set, and another clean start for this girls 4x1. Moving on to the first handoff here.
It looks like that was Classical on the outside that it handed it off first.
So Classical definitely bringing in. West Warwick also closing the gap. But it's going to be
Classical leading, and I think that's East Providence on the outside.
Yeah, East Providence moving up into second. Them able to, it's going to be a tight for
Third,
second in the
yeah,
handoff, so
second.
it's Warwick, Cranston, and East Providence right there. But East Providence and
Looks like Cranston West coming in for second. Classical's going to take it. East Providence for third. Yes, Classical officially 48-35.
Cranston West 48.99, East Providence 49.15, West Warwick 49.83, Cumberland 49.91, and North Kingston 56.6. So they will actually sneak in. LaSalle will sneak into that top 6 with their 50 flat, putting North Kingston out on the bubble in 7th for team scoring. So what a run by LaSalle to kind of sneak in there, not only for team scoring, but qualify for the New England Championships next weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And now we'll quickly move into the boys 4x100 meter relay, as we see all 4 legs kind of spreading out through the field to get to their zones.
They actually might have switched the scoring back to 6 teams based on what I'm looking at here.
Oh, did they switch it to 6?
Yeah, well, last year it was 8.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. 2022 it was 16 or top 6. This year, last year it was top 8, and this year it looks like it's back to top 6 again.
It may depend on the size of the track sometimes. If there's 8 lanes, they might make 8 the number.
Well,
I don't know if that was the case last year.
The meet was here last year,
Okay, interesting.
so I'm not entirely sure.
Again, very unfamiliar with our history, but
Yeah.
so negate our comment about the top 8. So top 6 will score as well as make it to New England. So LaSalle Academy gets themselves in for the scoring and New England.
I'll have to check when they do the podium, because if they're on the podium, they bring 8 teams to the podium, 8 teams are going to score.
Okay.
I wasn't really paying attention when they did the 4x8 awards, since they were other
Classical in lane 4.
events.
Moses Brown in lane 5.
So looking at the first heat of the boys 4x100 meter relay. Again, we have another 3 sections. Lane 3, we have South Kingston. Lane 4, Classical. And lane 5, Moses Brown. Top time is Classical with a 45.18. The state record is 41.86, set back in. Yeah, it looks like they might have these.
No, this one is right.
This one, right? 41.86 back in 2016. And the
Right.
meet record was set back in 2007, 42.20.
Yeah, and that's Central High School with the state record and Central Falls High School with the meet record.
Ah.
Isn't Central Falls the smallest size city in Rhode Island?
Yes, it's just about 1 square mile.
It's pretty impressive then.
Yeah. It's also
Yeah, they got a record on their hands.
one of the most densely populated cities in America. It's like top 3, I'm pretty sure.
Mm. Well, little known fact for everyone at home then.
Yeah.
You learn something new every day. So whistle's blown for the start of this heat.
South Kingstown High School. Let's see how they do. Yeah, first heat is off here.
Clean start again, going into the first handoff.
It looks like all close between all 3 teams. Ooh, Classical
it
with a
seems
missed
yeah.
exchange
Yeah.
there. But Moses Brown looks like based on the stagger will be leading. And they hand off first.
Yeah, a lot of these teams on the outside lanes doing really good with the start. Moses Brown building up a huge lead. Handoff clean through the numbers, going down
Yeah,
the front straight.
by South Kingstown in second, over Classical in third. And it looks like it'll be about 44 and change for Moses Brown to take the heat. It's like 44-47 for Moses Brown, 45-64 for South Kingstown, and 46-75 for Classical.
I think
So-
Classical should be DQ'd on that, but still kudos to them for finishing.
I'm
in
pretty
case.
sure they were in the exchanges.
Oh, they were? Okay, wow.
Yeah, the yellow
Definitely was
triangles.
close, but
Yeah,
yeah, but
Used
Classical,
used
yeah,
all of
was
it
really
then.
good.
yeah. I can't see the official that has the flag for that exchange.
Yeah, it seems
zone,
like everything looks
so,
all right down there right now.
Yeah.
So now moving to section 2, we have Tolman in lane 1, Toll Gate in lane 2, North Providence in lane 3, Portsmouth in 4, Shea Senior in 5, and East Providence in 6. The top time in this heat is 44.72 by Portsmouth. And also looking at the third section of this event, we could potentially see a meet record as we have LaSalle seated at 42.20, which is the exact time for the meet record.
It's exact on the decimal.
Yeah, down to the 100th of a second, at least on seed time. And we're off in the second section here.
I'd like to present the award for the girls 4x100 meter relay. In 8th place with a time of 50.9.
All very close in that first exchange there.
Looks to be Portsmouth moving up past Shea, but also Tollgate making a move here too late in that exchange. So right now it's Portsmouth and Tollgate. Tollgate looking to take the lead here
as they lead into the straightaway.
Yeah, it's a big gap right there.
Yeah, looks to be Tollgate might be trying to get away with this, but
That's Shea on the air outside trying to run them down. Very close to the line there.
we'll see wait for the official result here.
So North Providence actually.
44.56. North Providence takes it. Tollgate not far behind. 44.58. Portsmouth 45.09. Tolman 45.40.
So Moses Brown is still leading with their time from the previous section.
Really? Wow.
So looking to potentially score all the way from the first heat. Shea 45.52 and East Providence 45.54 will close out that second heat of the 4x1. Now moving on to the third and final heat.
And just to note, I do see 7 teams down there for the 4x1 celebration.
Yes, I need to find a clarification on the scoring.
Because that doesn't help us at all. 7 is not.
That wasn't
Numbers
even
we're
on
looking
our
at.
radar
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
number of scorers. So maybe decided to go right in the middle. 6 last year, or 8 last year, potentially six this year. We'll just cut it down to the middle. So in this third heat of the boys 4x1, we have Cranston West in lane 1, Hope in lane 2, Barrington in 3, LaSalle in 4, Bishop Hendricken in 5, and Central in 6.
Once again on watch for that meet record 42.20. LaSalle has the same seed time, 42.20, followed closely by Bishop Hendricken 42.72 and Barrington 42.88. So
Yeah, they're the only 3 teams seated under 43.
potential for a very fast 4x1 here.
And again, great weather for it, so definitely going to be a battle for those 3 teams, but also the 3 behind there, as they're not too far off.
And now's the day to have a good one.
And we're off here, final section boys 4x1. Clean start from everybody. All
Nobody breaking stagger.
very even through the first exchange, although LaSalle looks to be making up on the stagger on their outside on Bishop Hendricken.
Yeah, so it's Central, Bishop Hendricken, and LaSalle all at the front. LaSalle able to get the handoff and building a gap already. Looks like that's
Yeah, LaSalle
Barrington.
leading. Oh, yeah. LaSalle
coming up.
massive lead here into the final exchange. Barrington into second, but Central on the outside, passing Bishop Hendricken for third, challenging for second to the line. And LaSalle's going to take it 41.93 unofficially, so that'll be a new meet record. And 41.94 officially for LaSalle.
42.38 for Barrington. Central 42.39. Bishop Hendricken 42.65. Hope 43.46. And Cranston West 43.53. What an impressive showing for LaSalle in the 4x1. Girls moving up from second heat to sixth, and then the boys laying down a meet record with 41.94. Again, the previous time was 42.20, which was their C time coming into today.
That was very close to that state record also, 41.86, only 0.08 of a second off.
Well, they have one more week to do it.
Yeah, they'll potentially be challenging that next weekend at New England's and
Nationals.
yeah, looking forward to one of the multiple outdoor national competitions in the middle of June.
So that'll do it for both the boys and girls 4x1, and that's all we'll get for relays until the 4x4. So
Yes.
I kind of like that way of doing it.
Yeah, I start off the meet with some exciting relays, and then move into the other individual events. Should be the unseated section of the girls 1500 coming up next.
So yeah, so you'll see right now on the track coming up is the first section of the girls 1500 meters. So we'll have, looks to be 2 sections for the girls.
I mean, based on the schedule, it says unseated, so they might do the unseated girls, then unseated boys. But I'll keep an eye out for them bringing more athletes out.
It's a very drawn-out, dramatic walk down to the starting line.
Yeah.
I never like jogging down before races. I always like kind of like walking down to calm the nerves.
Yeah, depends. Some days I like that. Other days, a nice one last stride was always helpful.
I guess it depends on how far the walk is.
Yeah, that too. Looks like there should be 8 girls in this first section.
I'm only seeing 6 right now.
They still have 4 minutes based on the schedule to get to the starting line. The event is not scheduled to start until 2:50.
Yeah, so running a few minutes early, so we'll take a quick moment here before we get started underway for the 1500 meters. So you're watching the NFHS network for the 2024 RIIL State Championships. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the NFHS network. This is Ocean State Running, powered by Marathon Sports, sponsored by Hoka. And we are here again at the RIIL State Championships, just getting underway with the girls' 1500 meter run. Just conclude the 4x8 and 4x1 to start off the track events for the day.
Those 2 relays have contributed into team scoring right now as Barrington leads let's go with the girls since they're competing. Cumberland leading right now with 14 points, Cranston West with 13, LaSalle with 13, and then tie for 4th between North Kingstown and Classical, each with 10. And we did figure out it is 8-person scoring. There was a glitch in the live results that confused the both of us up here, or the 3 of us up here.
So officially it will be 8-person scoring for the event. And again, we are about, I believe, about a minute away from the official start of the girls 1500. And it looks like we have all 8 girls on the line. So we'll begin to list those off. So in Lane 1, we have Alicia Chen of East Greenwich, Lee Drosinos of Portsmouth, Mia Aote of Tollgate. I apologize if I am mispronouncing any of these names. Jessica Mastrandrea of Prout, Sarah Chang of Barrington, Jessica Chin of Cranston East, Henele Stroley of Portsmouth, and Sophia Klein of Moses Brown.
It looks like they brought another event to the award stand there. I believe that's the boys' javelin.
And again, we'll keep everybody updated with the field event scoring as we get those in throughout the day. Mostly we'll get those events at the end of the meet before we sign off. But it's only too early to talk about signing off when we're just getting underway with some great distance running here.
And yeah, here we go, unseated section, the girls 1500. And that's Mia Aote of Tollgate taking the early lead, followed by Alicia Chen of East Greenwich.
Alicia Chen is the #1 seed in this heat with a time of 4:59.08. She is the only runner under 5 in this heat. And then in section 2, just looking ahead, you have all 9 runners well under 5, with the slowest time being 4:57.54. But still Aote still out.
And it looks like she's putting a significant gap on the field here in the first 300 meters. It's about 15 meters or so back to, I can't tell who's in second right now.
Yeah, we're going through 300 at about 56.
That is well under sub 5 minute pace for this girl's 1500.
Look to see what the 400 split's going to be.
Shakes her arms out a little bit. About 76 seconds to the first 400.
Yeah, she looks super relaxed right now, so we'll look to see what the rest of this chase pack can do.
We got Eleni Drosinos of Portsmouth in second right now. Looks like a athlete from Hendricken won the boys' javelin in second place, athlete from South Kingstown, and in third place, an athlete from Barrington.
Again, the state record for this event, so 4:22.1, set back in just last year, 2023, and the meet record is 4:26.88, set in 2014.
I believe that state record is held by Sophia Goyeron, and the meet record from Maddie Berkson of Classical.
This is impressive leading the race in this heat.
Yes, she wants to see if she definitely wants to see if she can break into that top 8 and score, and this is definitely the best way to go and do that. Go out, take an early lead from the unseated section, and just throw down the best time you can.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely impressive right now, again, with the weather going through the 800 about 2:42.
And that's Jessica Mastrandrea of Prout in second right now.
Yeah, it looks like Aote is slowing down just a little bit by the looks of it, but this chase pack is gaining
Ever so
a little bit of
slightly.
distance, just a little bit. Coming up at about 600 to go.
Then that gap grew a little bit on the turn.
Yeah, it was tough to judge, but she's still Aote of Tollgate, still with a healthy lead right now as we approach the bell in this unseated section, the girls 1500.
So we'll see if anybody was hanging back, holding something that they can unleash this last 400.
She was about 3:48 at the bell. That's Eleni Drosolos Drozinos, my bad on the pronunciation, of Portsmouth in second right now.
So Ayot's still looking good. Looking really strong. It looks like she saved a bunch for this last 400.
Yeah, she saved an extra gear there. She needed about 73 seconds to try and dip under 5 minutes in this 1500.
Be impressive if she can do that well on her own. Here again, she came in with a 5:04, so that'd be about a 5-second drop in her time.
Yeah, 5-second personal best, saving the best to try and potentially score points for her team.
She's not got a huge lead, though. She's being closed on.
Yeah, that's Eleni Drozinos of Portsmouth, who's closing.
Wow.
Massive
Closing
kick
in
here.
really hard.
I came on all of a sudden in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, it looked like she kind of kicked around the 150 mark and just closed in. Ayot now trying to hang on.
Yeah, it looks like Drozinos is going to take the heat in about 5:09. Ayo in second, about 5:10.
Yeah, 5:09.08 for Drozinos. Officially. Ayot 5:10.52. Mastrandrea 5:17.48. Chen 5:18.42. Chin 5:18.54. Chang 5:19.43. Klein 5:32.58.
So we are doing boys unseated next, it appears.
Yes, looks like they wind up the 9 boys in the unseated section, or getting ready to line them up, I should say.
The final girl, Hannele Struley, finishes in 5:52.74 to close out the unseated section of the girls' 1,500 meters. It's now going to the boys' unseated section.
In fourth place with a time of 42.65, Bishop Hendricken.
If I can hold the live results on my phone, that'd be nice. I can read the names in this section, but we'll get there eventually.
So section 1, we have Russell of Bishop Hendricken and Goodson of Smithfield, Denon of Cumberland, Liebman of Classical, Ferris of Burrowville, Ide of Bishop Hendricken, Shanoff of Cumberland, Klein of Ponegantset, and Vashon of Portsmouth High. The top time here is 4:10.22. All pretty close here in this heat.
That's not bad for an unseated heat.
No, it's not at all.
Yeah, your slowest time is 4:18, so they're all fitting in
We're off here.
under there.
And it looks like Russell of Hendricken is going to be the leader after the break.
Looks like we might be missing one of the Cumberland runners here. Actually, might be missing a few, maybe.
Yeah, so
Yeah, we're missing one of the Cumberland runners here.
yeah, somebody is missing.
Unsure which one, because that's the. Funny enough, that is the only team with 2 runners in this heat.
That's Liebman of Classical now, who took the lead going to 300, and that's Denon of Cumberland, who's on his shoulder now. 300 in about 50 seconds. And Denon takes the lead here on the turn.
I imagine that he's the brother of Henry Denon.
Yes, he is the younger brother of Henry Denon. Looks like Owen Klein of Ponegantset did not start this race. Yeah, so Liebman of Classical, Denon of Cumberland leading right now. Group of 5 up front with Shanoff, also of Cumberland, Goodson of Smithfield, and Ide of Bishop Hendricken. And then a bit of a gap back.
So it looks like under 140 for the 600. Not a bad pace to start out at.
Yeah, and that's Liebman of Classical pushing up to the lead here. Still the two Cumberland runners, Denon and Shawnoff right behind him. Goodson of Smithfield looking like he's trying to hang in there with them to come through 700, about 157.
Yeah, it seemed like Goodson was trying to make a move around at first, but I think he was just trying to catch up to the pack again, stay in contact.
Yeah, ever important in these distance races to stay as close to the leaders as possible. And it looks like Shawnoff of Cumberland trying to make a pass here on the back off the turn onto the back straight, but we've been kind of holding him off on that outside. Yeah,
that's a
he
good-
holds him off into the lead.
That's a solid top 3 right there.
Yeah, trying to pull away from Goodson of Smithfield. And Ida of Hendricken looks like he's starting to fall back from that front group there a little bit. Come up with about 500 go. Liebman still your leader here.
Looking down at his feet a little bit, he's definitely feeling it. Yeah, he's doing it a few times. He's gonna be hurting this last 400.
Yeah, so they come to the bell about 3:07. Dannon moved up a little bit on his shoulder. Shawnoff looks like he's fading back a little bit. Goodson going around him.
Yeah, it looks like he's really feeling it. Wow. But still looking really good, looking strong.
Goodson of Smithfield here with a big pass on the back straight into the lead here. See if Liebman or Denning can match him in this final 200. Looks like all three of them really starting to kick now.
It could be any one of them. So they
Yeah,
don't
it's a
have
really
lot
good
left.
fight for top spot.
And we got two pulling away. Here we
So
go.
It's gonna be tough. I think
Liebman
Liebman.
of Classical.
Nice.
Head down, digging deep into this final 100.
Yeah, he looked like he was hurting ever since that last 400, but he looked strong with that final kick.
Takes it
Coming
about
down to the
411.
finish. Yeah, 411 unofficially. It'll be 411.39 for Liebman. Goodson 412.81. Denon 414.68. Shawnoff 417.63. Ide 424.49. Ferris 428.49. And that'll be your top 6 there for this heat. Russell in 7th, 437.60, and Vashon 438.16. So that'll finish off the boys' unseated 1,500 meter section.
So in the meantime, before this, the hurdle trials start. I'll update us on some field events here. Looks like 2 field events on the boys' side have been scored. Javelin, as I previously mentioned. 8th place was Keelan Cornell of Cranston West. 7th, Neil Porter of Rogers. 6th was Javian David of East Greenwich. 5th, Gideon Lane of Moses Brown. 4th was Dominic Corona of LaSalle. Charlie Potter, the 6th of Barrington, finished 3rd. Kai Sterling of South Kingstown was in 2nd. And your champion was Damian Buchanan of Bishop Hendricken with a throw of 166 feet 2 inches.
What were the state record and meet records for that event?
The meet record in the javelin was 211 feet 1 inch, and the state record is 231 feet 5 inches.
Wow.
I can't remember the athlete's name that did that, but he originally went to Barrington before transferring to, or changing schools to LaSalle. I believe his first name was Matthew, but I'm not 100% certain on that.
Yeah, Tyler and I actually saw some pretty good javelin throwing just last weekend.
Yeah.
D1s. They actually set up the javelin throw right by the woods, and we actually saw a kid throw it directly into the woods.
I saw
Threw,
a video of that,
yep. He threw, what was it, 205, Tyler?
It's 205 for a state record, yeah.
Yep.
It was
So-
really impressive.
Yeah,
And that he also beat the retired state record, I think, too.
Oh, wow. From
So-
the old school javelin?
Yep,
Yeah.
old school javelin. Yeah, he beat that record too. So yeah,
No
he
more
kind
need to
of just-
clarify.
Yeah,
Pretty impressive, yeah. So the Rhode Island state record and meet record in the javelin held by Matthew Maloney of LaSalle Academy back from 2005.
So yeah, a lot of these records have been staying for quite a while.
Yeah, throughout the years. And then, at least on the boys' side here, also long jump was scored. 8th place. Tied for 8th were Cameron Avora of East Providence and Gavin Claxton of Mount Pleasant. 7th place was Joshua DeBonca of Classical. 6th place was Gabe Lane of Moses Brown. 5th place, Jalen Mosley of LaSalle. 4th place, Hunter Schobel of Pilgrim. 3rd place was Antonio Bearden of LaSalle. 2nd was Caleb Sattisfield of Barrington. And your champion was Patrick Trainer of Barrington with a jump of 22 feet 3 inches. And the top three actually all sophomores. So interesting. It'll be interesting to watch how they compete going forward in this event. And then the meet record is 23 feet 6.5 inches. And the state record, all the way back from 1936, 24 feet and half an inch.
Will the following athletes please report to the awards area for the girls long jump? Beliar of Cumberland, Olawanyu of East Exeter West Greenwich.
On the girls' side, it looks like they have scored long jump for field events. So 8th place was Sophia Ford of Barrington. Caitlin Cruikshank of Middletown was in 7th. 6th was Lola Silva of Mount Hope. 5th, Thea Jackson of Mount Hope. 4th, Quiana Pezza of Cranston West. 3rd place was Sierra Thompson of South Kingstown. 2nd place, Nina Olawuyi of Exeter West Greenwich. And your champion was Grace Bleier from Cumberland with a jump of 18 feet 4 inches.
So now we'll get underway for the boys 110 hurdle trials.
In this first heat, looks like there will be 8 athletes in this heat. First heat, lane 1 will be Ryan Canisette of North Kingstown. Lane 2, Miles Ventura of Rogers. Lane 3, Ryan Martin of Barrington. Lane 4, Landon Rodriguez of Portsmouth. Lane 5, Elijah Gurton of Bishop Hendricken. Lane 6, Grady Hazlitt of Barrington. Lane 7, Colin Roderick of North Providence. Lane 8, Rylan Barbado of Bishop Hendricken. Landon Rodriguez is the top seed in the heat at the time of 14:71.
And there are 2 heats.
Yes, 2 heats.
We'll also get some replay action here for everybody at home. Getting down to the wire at the finish line. As these sprints are definitely gonna be tough to see from afar here.
Yeah, and then the state and meet record in this boys 110-meter hurdles is held by Yedewe Gaba of Hope from 2004. State record 13.98 and the meet record 14.03.
Wonder how that compares to New Hampshire. I think Billy Powers has that for us. I don't know what his time was, but
he was down there.
was he under 14?
I think he was under 14 at one point. I think it was close. I think it was like 14-0. But yeah, he was somebody to look out. He was somebody to look out for back my freshman year.
Here we go.
We go underway. This first section of the boys 110 hurdles.
Oh no, we had a fall.
It looks like that was Elijah Gurton of Hendricken.
Yeah, and he was
Slipped a hurdle and fell. And
he was definitely looking good up front, but
Landon Rodriguez wins that heat, 15.09.
definitely some carnage that heat.
Yeah,
Another, I think, in lane 1.
yeah,
And good for him for finishing.
yeah. It
This
took him a
one.
second to gather himself, but that Hendricken athlete was the number 2 seed in the heat. So unfortunately for him, he cooked a hurdle. But as we all know, that's what comes with that event.
So Rodriguez 15:09, Martin 16:07, Roderick 16:23, Hazlitt 16:27, Ventura 16:33, Barbado 16:90, Kennezet 18:76, and Gurton 33:47. Great job for him to be able to finish the race, though. So move on to section 2 of the preliminaries for the boys 110 hurdles. We have Brody Thacker of LaSalle, Beauregard of North Smithfield, Jordan of Bishop Hendricken, Knight of Barrington, Lesk of Barrington, Sorlian of South Kingstown, McEntee of Punagansett, and Medley of West Warwick. All lanes 1 through 8.
Yeah, and Ethan Knight is the top seed in this heat, time of 14.27.
That's pretty far down there.
Yes, he's one of the best hurdlers in the state the last 3 years or so.
I'll also correct myself. I believe I said second and final heat. It's actually only the second heat. We have 3 sections.
Oh, we
of
do
the
have 3
110s.
heats.
Yes.
Yes. They take 24 in these different events. And off cleanly. Thanks to this Knight of Barrington, who
Yep.
is out to the lead here.
He can ease
Yeah,
up
well
now.
out. Yeah. Easily getting through.
Pretty quick time there, 14.70 to win his heat.
Jordan coming in second, 15.81. Beauregard, 15.93. McEntee, 16.69. Sorlian, 16.86. Thacker, 17.15. And Medley, 18.87.
So for finals, will it be top from each heat and then the next 5?
No, it's just the straight 8 fastest times from
Nice. I like that better.
prelims. Yeah, and I think that's better for at least a high school competition.
Yeah, instead of taking, the top winners of each heat and then
Yeah.
just taking the next best after that. Yeah. Feels like that's always the most fair usually,
Yeah.
is to take just the top 8 fastest times. So now we're going to the third and final heat. We have Logan of West Warwick in 1, Tabak of Portsmouth in 2, Mosley of LaSalle in 3, Wind of Barrington in 4, Medina of Rogers in 5, Williamson of Bishop Hendricken in 6, Jean-Philippe of Cranston West in 7, and McEntee of Ponagansett in 8.
And it looks like Bobby Wind of Barrington, your top seed in this heat, 14.22 seconds for his seed time. So
we might see something similar from him that we just saw in the second heat from
his teammate.
From his teammate Knight.
Yeah, Barrington's got a pretty good hurdles squad. Help lead them to an indoor state title during the indoor season. Off clean again in this heat. Yeah, and it looks like Wind of Barrington is immediately out to the lead.
Looks like he's kind of taking his time a little bit here too.
Yeah, and he'll be about 15 seconds on that one. 15.03 his official time, and Mosley of LaSalle second, 15.47.
And we'll have Medina in third, 15.99. Tabak, 16.31 in fourth. Jean-Philippe, 16.46 in fifth. Williamson, 16.63. Seventh, Logan, 17.28. McEntee, 17.80.
Nice clearance in the long jump, high jump over there.
Oh, did someone clear it?
Yep.
Do we know what height they're at right now?
Not sure.
They have
but
the
looks
sign kind of
pretty
pointed
high out.
outside.
Yeah, I'm unsure of that height.
Looks to me it might be close to 6 foot mark. Might be above that at
Yeah,
this
it could
point.
potentially be over.
We also have a medal ceremony happening
So it's like long
on
jump.
the field
Yeah,
right
it's
now
girls' long
for
jump.
long jump.
Yeah. Boys high jump should be around 6 feet. The top seed in that event is Cam Miller of Middletown. His season best is 6 feet 4 inches. The state and meet records in that event are held by Dave Arundel of South Kingstown from 1997. The meet record, 7 feet and a quarter inch, and the state record, 7 feet 1 inch.
And again, looking at the award ceremony down on the turf right now, we have Blair of Cumberland winning the girls' long jump with a mark of 18.4.
And your 2024 girls long jump champion from Cumberland with a jump of 18 feet 4 inches, Grace Blyer. Who are your top competitors in the girls?
Looks like they just completed the boys' hammer throw as well. So looking at the live results for that, 8th place was Tyler Durang of Lincoln.
Nice name.
7th place was Joe Adams of Barrington. 6th place, Owen Degnan of Narragansett. 5th place, Owen Allen of Pontigansett. 4th, Shamrock Thown of Woonsocket. 3rd was Owen Spira of Exeter West Greenwich. 2nd, Derek Goal of Bishop Hendricken. And your champion with a throw of 217 feet 9 inches, Matt Giuliano of Bishop Hendricken.
So now transitioning over to the girls' 100-meter hurdles, looking at heat number one. We have Wang of Barrington in lane 1, Clark of Cheraho Regional in 2, DeConto of Portsmouth in 3, Brown of Cheraho Regional in 4, Vitale of Cranston West in 5, Huffman of West Warwick in 6, Dimery of Barrington in 7, and Ciccatelli of Cranston West in 8.
Yeah, the meet and state record in this event is held by Molly Riley of South Kingstown from 2010, 14.44 seconds. The top seed in this first section is Emily Brown, Cheraho, 15.55.
Yeah, not too far behind her is Reese Vitale of Cranston West with a 15.
Hey, nice jumps
6'4".
there.
Looks like a massive clearance from the Barrington athlete there in the high jump. The crowd erupted there. I'm unsure. We're still unsure of that height right now.
Yeah, he looks like he's in a clear standing for the state championship right there after clearing that.
Yeah.
That's
There's still one more guy still
yeah,
going.
yep. Looks like it might be a battle between the two, perhaps.
We're waiting for the hurdles to begin.
No, this Barrington athlete just missed, so this is his final attempt, potentially. So it looks like there are still a few athletes remaining in that competition.
And again, we are just waiting for the start of the girls' 100-meter hurdles.
It seems like they're about ready to get in their blocks now.
So again, just to repeat, is going to be Wang in 1, Clark in 2, DeConto in 3, Brown in 4, Vitale in 5, Huffman in 6, Dimery in 7, and Ciccatelli in 8.
It's been a lot of build-up for this first heat.
Yeah, they might just be waiting for a time.
Yeah, it could be moving along a bit faster than they intended.
Yeah.
Which is good. Always like to have an efficient state championship race. But it makes sense to be on a time schedule just to give all the athletes who are doubling and tripling that time to have that recovery time.
Yeah, and if you plan your warm-ups around when you think you'll be racing, you definitely want to have that time secured.
Yeah, it's definitely always a challenge just being an athlete, just having so many different kinds of meet schedules. You have those that could go 10 minutes ahead or just have a rolling schedule. You never know. So right now we just saw those results for the boys hammer throw, and they have that award ceremony down the field right now.
Now they're jumping around in the blocks, getting ready to start this first heat.
Yeah, clean start for them. Looks like Vitale of Cranston West got out to a good start, but Brown
A close race.
Charahoe looks like she's going to take this heat. 15.35 unofficially, so 0.2 of a second personal best for her. 15.40, so it's a personal best for her.
Vitale in second with 15.74. Huffman in third, 16.37. Clark in fourth, 16.39. Demery, 17.14. Ciccatelli, 17.18. DeCanto, 17.39. And Wang, 17.52. To close out that first heat.
I think Vitale definitely helped Brown get that time.
Yeah,
With, having her so
someone to
close,
start
yeah.
like that definitely helped. Yeah. Ciccatelli of Cranston West, the big PR there, just looking at these results. 17.84 was her seed time. She ran 17.18.
Wow.
So, a pretty good improvement from her previous best.
Looks like a high jump we had. Is that East Rhode Island that just missed that jump?
I think that might have been Portsmouth. Yeah, I think that was Portsmouth.
Yeah, they
Portsmouth
just missed that height too. So looks like boys high jump is coming down.
These final few
soon.
competitors here looks about.
Yeah. So now in heat
5
2
athletes.
of the girls 100 meter 100 meter hurdles had too many relays to start out for. Keep on. So Daisy of Coventry in 1, Mullen in 2, LaFontaine in 3, Thompson in 4, all the way in 5, Sally in 6, Johnson Carter in 7, and Karen in 8.
And that's, Sierra Thompson of South Kingstown. She's going to win the heat about 15.16 unofficially. 15.21 seconds officially for her. That's a personal best because she was the top seed in the heat, 15.26. And that was Oloi of East Exeter West Greenwich who finished second in the heat. I missed that time, but
Very similar to the last heat, where it was a pretty close battle until the very last few hurdles.
yeah. Yes, it was. I think most of these races are probably going to be similar to that.
And now we'll quickly move on to the girls' third heat of the 100 meter hurdles.
Looks like Tyner of North Smithfield in lane 1. Lane 2 is Robles of Rogers. Cruikshank of Middletown in 3. Lisa Ray of West Warwick in 4. Rose Kiewicz of Barrington in 5. Juliana Williams of North Kingstown in 6. Colby Joaquim of Smithfield in 7. Natalie Champney of South Kingstown in 8. And Lisa Ray's your top seed time of 14.45 seconds, which is just by just 100th of a second off of the state and meet record. So interesting to see if she goes for that record here.
Yeah, she's the one that Mazzone had mentioned in the previous. She's won, I believe, 10 total titles in her high school career. Now she's looking at trying to get 14 by the end of today.
Yes.
And potentially, again, like as you said, maybe some state records today.
Yeah, this is the only event she's competing in today. She does not have the state record in, and she is off to a blazing start. So she might just be trying to get that out of the way here.
Yeah, and she's well underway to do it.
Yep,
well far ahead, getting under
that.
15 unofficially.
14.21 seconds. That is a new state record and new meet
Wow.
record.
Just in the
by
prelims.
0.2 of a second.
And it looked easy, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, she beat everybody by over 2 seconds in her heat.
Wow.
So there she is right up front, and then there's the rest of the field. She's already across the finish line. They just come into frame on your screen here.
Imagine getting a state record in your first event of the day. You've got so much coming up, too.
Yeah, now she'll probably make her way back down to get ready, prepare herself for the 100. The 100 trials will be coming up shortly.
And actually, Mazone had said this too. Probably a bad day for her is just missing a state record.
Yeah. I'm sure she'll be gunning for all 4 of them again today.
Yeah.
So it looks like that is it for the hurdles. When we get the heats set for the finals, we will let you know the athletes competing in them. Now it looks like we're getting ready for the boys 100-meter trials with 3 heats of 8 athletes once again.
So looking at that, state and meet record. So state record is 10:49, set in 2017.
Donatan DeGero of Central.
And the meet record is set in 2010 with a 10.59. So in the first heat of the boys 100, we have Clarence of Hope, Ian of Barrington, Alves of LaSalle, Gardia of Central, Reynoso of Hope, Rogers of South Kingston, Trainer of Barrington, and Manessa of West Warwick. The top time in this heat is sub 11, 10.83 by Gardia of Central. So already in the first heat we have somebody well under 11. And you also have Reynoso at 11.04. So the 100 is definitely going to be a field to watch here.
Especially taking just straight top 10 or top 8 fastest times for the final. Everyone trying to make sure they are in that meet record is held by Kadeem Kashimo of LaSalle Academy.
Yeah, you have looks like we have 3 runners under 11 seated today.
Yeah.
Looks like we have one runner that are seated on 11 in each heat. So. Looks like a Barrington athlete just missed the clearance in high jump.
I wish I knew what height that was still.
Yeah, again, they have it turned towards
The crowd. Probably where their parents are watching, which makes sense.
Yeah.
But based on the 2 assistants putting the bar back up, it looks to be well over 6 feet. So
My guess is about probably 6'1", 6'2", maybe.
yeah, but a couple of those athletes, looking at the list, were seated 6'4", between 6'2" and 6'4". So
We're on our way for the boys 100 meters. And it looks to be Gardia taking it out here.
unofficially 11:03.
So officially Gardia 11:07, Reynoso 11:26, Clarence of Hope. Actually, it'll be Ian 11.4, Alves 11.41, Rogers 11.47, Trainer 11.61, Manessa 11.70.
Yeah, it looks
And
like
did not start there.
looks like they're running into a headwind because we're looking at those times a lot slower than their seed times, and watching the American flag out from us on the field seems to be blowing towards them ever so slightly. So it'll be interesting to see how these next 2 heats and the final will shape up in these sprinting events with the potential headwind.
So looking at the second heat of the boys 100, we have Shelton of Central, Potter of Barrington, Tanner of Tollgate, Parker Sharp of Cranston West, Saidi of Bishop Hendricken, Guro Pezzulo of LaSalle, Figueroa of Central, and Jackson of Bishop Hendricken.
Going back to the high jump, looked like a Middletown athlete there just missed his final attempt potentially. Yeah, I think that might have been his final attempt at whatever height they're currently at.
Just looking over to our left, too, looks like we have boys pole vault still in action.
Yeah,
Looks like they might be warming up here.
looks like they're warming up, which should probably check the girls' pole vault because that means they're probably done.
Now we're underway of the boys 100-meter dash second heat. That looks to be Parker Sharp taking it down the straightaway. Going through the line, that's going to be tight for second place in this heat.
So yeah, also field events that have come in that we will update you on shortly. Girls pole vault, girls shot put are the only other field events that have completed so far. So when there's more of a slight break, we will update you on those.
So Parker Sharp 11:08, Guro Pizzulo 11:39, Tanner 11:39, Figaro 11:44, Saidi 11:47, Potter 11:57, Jackson 11:71, and Shelton 11:86. So again, 11:07 is still the top time from Gardia of Central from the first heat. And now we'll quickly move on to the third and final heat of the boys 100-meter dash. We have Hazel of Rogers, Fernezen of Paul Cuffey, O'Connell of Shea, Felix of Bishop Hendricken, Kinsler of Mount St. Charles, Forbes of Central, Montero of LaSalle, and Rivas of Bishop Hendricken.
Yeah, there appears to be a slight headwind. First two heats they're running into about a headwind of about 1 meter per second. So not completely ideal for running fast sprint time, but these boys will make it work anyway.
Definitely glad, because that means that the state record's going to be valid.
Yes, that is very true.
Yeah, we, us New Hampshire folk got a little bit spoiled in the last week. We saw a bunch of division records get broken in those meets, but here we are with the final heat of the boys 100-meter dash.
That's Joel Felix out front, and looks like he'll take the heat unofficially 10:93.
So that would be the fastest of the day so far.
Yeah.
Yep, still will be.
Yeah, again, 11:07 was the time, fastest time going in, and now it looks like we will have the top time be, well, definitely under 11. 10:98 for Felix, Kinsler 11:17, O'Connell 11:19, Montero 11:24, Fernezen 11:41, Rivas 11:56, Hazel 11:92, and Forbes 12:15.
Yeah. So
it should take under 11 to win in the finals.
yes.
Yeah, again, your top time was Felix, I believe, coming in today with a 10:79.
Yeah, he was the.
And your other
top
two runners
seed.
in Gardia and Parker Sharp coming in with 10:83 each. So now we'll move on to the girls 100-meter dash prelims. Introducing this heat, we have Anestet of Cumberland, Hebert of East Greenwich, I believe.
Hebert of
Exeter West Greenwich.
Yeah.
Daniel of East Providence, Sutherland of Cranston West, Jackson of Mount Hope, Daniel of East Providence, Duarte of Lincoln, and Juf of North Providence.
Yeah, and first heat is off here. Looks like it's Sutherland of Cranston West, the lead, and looks like she's going to take this first section here. Looks about 12.16 unofficially. So 12.19 officially for her. That's a season best for her. Thea Jackson Hope in second.
Yeah, so Sutherland 12:19 in first, Jackson in second 12:49. It was a pretty tight pack there for 3 through 6. So still waiting on these results here. So we'll quickly introduce the second heat here. Adafuzi of Classical, Young of the Prout, Sentinks of Providence Country Day, Ray of West Warwick, Philip of East Providence, Arroyo of Classical, Derrico of Cranston West, and Roberts of the Prout. And there are your final times for the girls' first heat of the 100. Daniel 12.86. Daniel also 12.86. Enefstedt 13.14. Duarte 13.23. Hebert 13.29. And Juf 13.38.
Looking over at high jump, it appears that the boys have finished up and the girls are starting to do their measurements.
Yes, I'll check the live results and see if they have been updated with the finals from that event.
So Lisa Ray's sister, Xenia Ray, is going to be in this heat. She's the top seed. She's also the one to look for. She is the number 2 seed of the 100.
No, the live results from high jump are not in yet, so.
Looks like they'll have the runners stand up.
Yeah.
Restart the commands. So it looks like gun is up. And they're underway for the girls' second heat.
Looks like, yeah, Xenia Ray from West Warwick up for big lead here, and she's going to take the first section, girls 100.
That was second section, right?
Second section, my bad.
It goes by pretty quick, but
Yeah, I just said first section, so move it again.
so yeah, Xenia will take that there in 11.97. Philip 12.59. Satinks 12.86. Arroyo 12.97. Enrico 12.02. Young 13.13. Adafusi 13.38. And Roberts 13.62. So now we'll go on to the third and final heat of the girls' 100 meters. And we'll have your quote-unquote headliner, Lisa Ray, here in lane 4. We have Yusuf in lane 1 of Classical. Jolicoeur of Cumberland, Berganza of Classical, Ray of West Warwick, Hendricks of Mount St. Charles, Racine of Ponagansett, Bios of Cranston West, and Tabor of Chariho Regional.
Yeah, so Ray has the state record in this event, but not the meet record. Clean start from the field, and yeah, Ray's clear the field here.
Yeah, again, both Ray sisters just dominating their respective prelim heats.
That's a new state record.
Wow.
So, what is that? 2 state records in the prelims for her
Yes.
already?
11.52.
Wow.
Previous record was 11.59, which she ran.
Yeah,
earlier this year.
Steve Mazzone was not joking here. He was telling me that she would be the show for the day on the girls' side,
And she doesn't
Here
even
she is.
seem phased
and
by
she
it
just
at
came
all.
off of another state record in the hurdles. So there's no stopping her
Yeah.
right now. So there it is, your new state record holder crossing the line, and then again the rest of the field right there. So 11.52 is the official time for that prelim. Berganza 12.85. Racine 12.86. Jolicoeur 13.05. Hendricks 13.10. Yusuf 13.15. Bios 13.38. And Tabor 13.56 to close out the girls' 100-meter prelims.
So yeah, she's already 2-time state record holders on the day, but not yet a state championship, but I'm sure that will change soon.
Yeah, so now that there's a slight break, we'll update you on some of the field events. Girls pole vault has completed. There is a 5-person tie for 6th place. Rowan
Ooh.
Snyder of Portsmouth, Lauren Horrigan of LaSalle, Megan Daniels of LaSalle, Sydney Brightman of LaSalle, and Cara Pisasale of Mount Hope. Fifth was Layla Hopkins of Classical. Tie for third of Greta Dahl of South Kingstown and Abigail Nikopoulos of North Kingstown. Second place was Amber Shaw of Pontigansett, and your champion with a vault of 10 feet 9 inches, Ellie Noonan of Barrington.
So how are you going to split those points up in sixth place?
I think they just
five-way tie?
Yeah, they probably did. I think it was 3, 2, 1 divided by 5. So each girl received 1.2 team points.
Okay.
And then girls shot put is also completed.
Look forward to seeing that award ceremony right here with how many girls will we have? Way more than 8.
I think that's
on
what
the
they're doing
podium
right now.
Is that what they're doing here? Okay.
Yeah. So for girls shot put, you had 8th place was Ella Stubbendorf of Middletown. 7th was Susan Idekonle of Classical. 6th was Madison Pellegrino of Westerly. 5th was Taylor Schneider of North Kingstown. 4th was Ava Pilderin of Scituate. 3rd, Peyton Goulding of Cumberland. 2nd, Gianna De Cesare of Pontigansett. And your champion in the girls shot put, the throw of 42 feet 2 inches, Gifty Breco of Classical.
All those athletes cleared 9 feet there, even. We're in 5th place from Classical with a jump of 9 feet 6 inches for Leah Hopkins.
So we're about 5 minutes away from the seated 1,500 meters. So we'll start off with the girls once again. So we'll take a quick preview of that before we get underway. And then if there's a little bit of time, we might take a quick moment here for a quick ad break before we get into the seated 1,500. So girls seated.
From Barrington with a jump of 10 feet 9 inches, Ellie Noonan. Who are your top competitors in the girls' pole vault?
So we'll have Bea of Pilgrim, Pinkowitz of Tollgate, Parento of LaSalle, Van Housen of Cherico Regional, Cato of South Kingstown, Deal of Mount Hope, Sullivan of St. Raphael, Tig of North Kingstown, and Tuomisto of Cumberland. Again, just repeating from before, the state record in this event was set last year, 4:20.21, and the meet record is 4:26.88 for the girls 1,500. So again, we're about 3 minutes away from the start of that event. We'll take a quick break here. You're watching the NFHS network for the RIIL state championships. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Yeah, Von Hausen and Behe are still leading this field.
Yep.
With an increasing gap on that chase back of 4. Pankowitz, Parentau, Tiggy, and Tuomisto.
Once again, Von Hausen is pulling away on the turn. See if Behe can make it back up on the straight, head into the final lap. We'll hear the bell soon. But they've pulled away this lap.
Yeah, they have put significant space on that chase pack of 4. So we will see, we will watch the clock here if we get this split. Looks to be about 3:29 at the bell for Von Hausen. Behe still with her.
And they're turning it up right now. Von Hausen's trying to pull away, but Behe is not letting her go yet.
Pankowitz of Tollgate still leading that chase pack of 4 for those for the remaining New England spots. We come from one of them.
Here's Behe trying to move up now.
Yeah, she's looking tough.
Yeah, big move here on the back straight.
So can Von Hausen respond?
Looks like she's not letting her move. Yeah.
Nice. Good
Great
move there.
Held her off.
Looks like she's
to go. Von Hausen
So
switched gears.
We'll see if that was Behe's only move, or will she have something to fight on the straightaway? Seems like Von Hausen's pulling away now.
Yeah, she looks like she had a big kick at 200 to go.
She just, like, yeah, it looked like Behe moved up on her shoulder, and that, like, woke Von Hausen up, and she just shifted gears after that move was made.
Almost seemed like Von Hausen was waiting for her to make the pass and then just turn on the jets.
Yeah.
She's going to pull away and be the Rhode Island state champion.
Yep, so this will be your Rhode Island state champion here for the girls 1,500.
Good finish for third.
Yeah, it looks like Pankowitz and Tiggy battling out there for third, and Tuamisto of Cumberland in fifth.
So you have Von Hausen, your Rhode Island State champion, 439.06. Bea, 441.68. Pankowitz, 445.79. Tig, 445.86. Tuamisto, 448.02. Parento, 456.49. She'll be your final runner under 5. Cato, 5 flat 83. And Deal, 5:07.13 to close out the girls' 1,500 meter race.
All right, now we're getting ready for the seated section. Boys 1,500. Cole Francis of Narragansett, Marshall Vernon of LaSalle, William O'Shea of Cumberland, Brandon Pydate of Barrington, Eli Ziegler of Moses Brown, Miles Napolitano of Barrington, Connor McGill of Cumberland. And that's, I can't recognize.
It's impressive.
these
You were
people.
going off that through memory there.
Yeah.
So already underway here
Yeah.
for that, and then I'll let you go after that with the rest of the
Yeah,
heat.
and then Colby Flynn of Bishop Hendricken and David Hayes of East Greenwich. Meet record 351.17. Robert Allen of Cranston West, 2011. State record 344.34 from Devin Kipiego in 2022. 1,500 split from his 4 flat mile at the Brooks PR Invitational. And right now, it's like William O'Shea of Cumberland leading right now, but all 9 athletes still grouped together.
Yeah, pretty tight pack through this first 200. Expect a pretty big lead pack in a 1,500 meter race like this.
It's not crazy fast, but it's not slow either.
Yeah, 48 seconds. That's about 4 flat pace. No one has run under 4 minutes in the event this year. However, Marshall Vernon of LaSalle had run 4:10 in the full mile.
So
earlier this
he
year.
has technically run through
Yes.
1,500 meters.
And he was your indoor state champ in this event as well as the 3,000. Only a sophomore, but O'Shea of Cumberland still leading with Vernon on his shoulder. That's Pydate of Barrington moving up on that back straight there. Still everyone together, starting to string out just a tad, but no one out of striking distance quite yet.
So Vernon's now in a good spot in the shoulder.
Yeah, all athletes pretty much have room to run.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a line right here.
Yeah, so that was about 65 seconds for that 400. So still on a pretty respectable pace here.
Yeah, it's stringing out a little bit now. Much more expecting more strategic potentially with the opening of that race, but it looks like they're starting to get moving here.
800 and just under 210, and Vernon trying to pass on the outside.
There he goes.
On the back straight.
And
Pydate of Barrington trying to go with him.
And the pack is starting to split now.
Yeah, top 3 there still with O'Shea still hanging in there. It's a small gap back to Francis and Ziegler.
If I was Vernon, when I would go to the front, I would make a big move to get away. But it's not away yet, but it definitely is
Top
showing
5.
up the pace.
Gap forming back to McGill of Cumberland in 6th, Flynn of Hendricken. But Vernon is going to be leading heading into this bell.
And he looks pretty smooth.
Yeah, he looks very, very relaxed right now. Bell at 2:57, so pretty fast there. But Pydate of Barrington is still on him. It looks like Francis of Narragansett's trying to make a big move around Shea from Cumberland, try and reattach the 2 leaders here.
Okay, we'll see what happens on this back stretch.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's got another gear coming down this straightaway.
Yeah, Ziegler of Moses Brown also trying to make a big move on the back straight, but Vernon is leading. Looks like he's
now making the gap.
Yeah, just throwing a surge there. Pydate of Barrington still trying to hang on.
It's going to be a good finish.
And that's O'Shea of Cumberland coming on the outside, too.
The other guys are closing down now.
Really great gap, just about 100 meter close.
Yeah, Vernon wants to win this like he did indoors. He's going to find another gear, but it doesn't look like it. O'Shea of Cumberland.
What a finish.
Might have this. Yeah, it looks like
he's going to pull away.
Hook him. to the line, 356.
Wow.
That is a pretty big upset. William O'Shea of Cumberland is your state champ, 356.69. Marshall Vernon second. Wow.
What a race.
That was an exciting final 400 meters.
Many runners well under 4
Yeah.
in that race. You got 5 runners
Under that
getting
4
under
minutes.
under 4 minutes. So you have O'Shea winning at 356.69 to be your Rhode Island state champion.
Wow.
You see him celebrating with his teammates.
I don't blame him. That was
Yeah, that's amazing.
Vernon 357.08. Haddad 357.44.
definitely the second most exciting race in this event post the COVID pandemic.
Yeah, that was great, though. I mean, he was
Yeah.
leading early on, and then it seemed like he was almost getting dropped in the last lap, and somehow found it with like 200 to go and pulled away.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Vernon was trying to pull away from the field early, but they all just held on to him, and he just couldn't find that extra gear that last 50 meters. O'Shea just kind of came up on him, was just able to just stride away from him a little bit.
Also finishing out that list, you had Francis in 5th. Or 4th, excuse me, with a 358.33. Ziegler, 359.56. Napolitano, 403.69. Flynn, 403.81. McGill, 410.07. And Hayes, 415.18.
Yeah, that was a pretty fast last lap for all of them. Your top 5 all closed in 61 seconds or faster. O'Shea having the fastest at 59.2.
That's what it takes.
Yeah, and then Vernon, Pydate, and Francis all closing in 60 flat on that last lap.
And kudos to everyone in that race, because obviously Vern was the favorite and ran a great race himself. But everyone wasn't afraid when he made that move and still tried to hang on to him. I feel like oftentimes you see the favorite make a move and you let him go.
Yeah.
But no one let him go.
They all definitely had confidence coming into this that they could potentially beat him if they ran their race, and everyone pretty much did that. So
that'll do it for the boys' 1,500 meter run. Actually, it's looking like now we're looking at the award section here that the girls pole vault 1,500. Girls 1,500 here.
Yep, and 15.
In 7th place from Mountain Hope with a time of 5:07.13, Jessica Deal. In 6th place from South Kingstown with a time of 5:00.83, Augusto Parento.
So we're going to have Tony here going to be hopping off for a moment here, but it'll be Tawashidi and I on the call for you the rest of the way for a bit. So my apologies, it is the 1,500 meters that is on the field right now at the podium, as we are getting set up for, I believe, the girls' 100-meter hurdle finals.
In 8th place from Portsmouth with a time of 5:09.
And I wonder who's going to win this.
Well, I wonder. It's going to be actually, the question will be who's going to be coming in first and second.
True.
Is the question. So we'll now look at the final section here. So we have Elle Clark of Chariho Regional in 1.
Don't lock it, Tony. Don't lock it.
We have Nini of Exeter West Greenwich. We have Nini Alawuyi of Exeter West Greenwich. We have Emily Brown of Chariho Regional. Lisa Ray of West Warwick. Sierra Thompson of South Kingstown. Reese Vitale of Cranston West. Jalen Huffman, West Warwick. And Deslean Robles of Rogers. And excuse me, my mistake. I was expecting for the 100-meter dash, not the hurdles. Lisa Ray is the clear-cut number 1.
Yes.
Not sure who will be 2. That's my mistake. Looking well ahead into the 100-meter dash finals already. Again, Lisa Ray had already broken the state record in this event, as well as the 100 in the prelims. Tyler and I are very comfortable seeing the some records get broken in the prelims, as we saw that happen in the hurdle trials and dash trials back at the Division 1, 2, and 3
Yeah,
championship
definitely.
meets in New Hampshire.
Yeah, I think in Division 3 we had some 100 meters that weren't quite wind legal state records broken. And then in the hurdles were some state records, and then maybe the 100 meters as well. Yeah, I think we definitely be looking for Lisa Ray to go and get another state record here, taking down the record that has lasted a very long, about 30 minutes.
So we're about 5 minutes away from the hurdles finals. So we'll take a quick moment here for an ad break, and we'll be right back after these messages. We're watching the NFHS Network for the RIIL 2024 State Championships. Don't go everywhere. We'll be right back after this.
So it seems we're still setting up the hurdles. Just go over those state records and meet records of 13.98 and 14.03. Definitely a shout out to our hurdle crews, taking the time to make sure that the hurdles are all set for the athletes in these events. They do a phenomenal job. So we've got our 1,500 meter winners on the boys' side. There's big cheers for O'Shea after winning that 1,500 meters. As we said, one of the best races we've seen. So now we get ready for the 110 hurdles for the boys. Going to crown a new state champion in about 1 minute or so.
Again, the fastest time coming in today, or coming into this final, is 14:70 by Ethan Knight.
And here's a small gap over the field. More like a big gap, but anything can happen over the hurdles, so we'll see what happens here. They're in the blocks.
And again, the state record is 13:98, set in 2004, and the meet record is 14:03, also set in the same year. So now we're underway. Knight easily taking a slight lead here.
Yeah, the Barrington boys are looking good.
Over Wind, so it's going to be Knight and Wind at the front. And it's going to be 1 and 2, Knight and Wind for Barrington. But it's going to be Knight to be your Rhode Island state champion.
Yeah, Ethan Knight over Bobby Wind. Mosley in 15.36. Rodriguez in 15.54. Jordan in 15.70.
So Knight and Wind coming in 1 and 2 with Knight 14-3-1 and Bobby Wind 14-5-5 for second place.
That's huge points for them as they continue their title chase. Now the hurdles are being removed from the track. Getting ready for the hundreds.
And again, this is where you'll have the Ray sisters come on for the 100-meter dash finals, as you saw them blow away their prelim heats, as you'd say. So looking at the final section of the girls' 100.
Once again, we now have the results of the boys' high jump.
Actually, looks like we might actually have 2 sections here for the girls' 100. Interesting enough.
Yeah, I think because we had a 3-way tie for
8th place.
Eighth
Yeah,
place,
we actually
yeah.
have a 4-way tie, really. You also
oh yeah,
have
4-way tie.
racing of Ponagansett in lane 8. So we'll have a 4-way tie for 8th place in the finals.
That's
which
pretty
is
cool.
Very impressive. So Kendra Daniel of East Providence in lane 3, Kendra Santix of Providence Country Day in lane 4, and Candace Daniel of East Providence in lane 5 for this first section of the girls' finals. This is definitely for sure is one of the interesting things of track and field that I've seen.
Yeah.
In my time. I have not seen ever 2 sections in the finals in a championship meet.
And not only that, that 2 sisters tied their time, which is pretty cool.
Team scores after 7 events on the boys' side.
Yeah, that's really impressive. Yeah, I just noticed that. Yeah.
And third place with 33 points, LaSalle Academy.
So well done to those 2. Well, those 4 for being able to sneak themselves in.
After 7 events with 60 points, Barrington.
So again, first section here. The again state record was just set by Lisa Ray with a 11.52. The previous state record was 11.59. Oh, excuse me. The state record is 11.59 set just now. So that was.
Here's our
Ray's
first
time.
section. And it is pretty close as
Set race here, but
as
looks
you'd
like-
expect it to be.
Looks like Santix might be able to.
I don't know. That was a pretty good one at the line.
Daniel might have been able to get that, though. We'll take a look at the.
And 12.57. That's gonna be a lot better than their prelim times. So they could end up being scorers here.
Yeah, definitely can sneak their way in with the.
Yeah, but that was Kendra Daniel over Kendra Sadink.
Yeah, so Kendra Daniel 12.57, Santix 12.51.
I like how Kendra Daniel was a mix of the other 2 names in her heat.
Oh yeah, that's kind of weird. So now going into the second section of the girls' finals. Again, super weird to say. Oh, and then Candace Daniel had a time of 13.03.
So we should have 7 in this heat. In the heat.
So again, we'll have the 2 Ray sisters in the middle here.
Yep, and will Lisa Ray set yet another state record? What's the state record right now?
State record is 11.59.
And that updates to what she set in the prelim?
Yes, so we have
All right.
Philip, Sutherland, Ray, Lisa Ray, Xenia Ray, Jackson, Berganza, and Racine for lanes 1 through 8. They're setting blocks. Clean start. That's going to be
The sisters
battle
are out in
between
front.
these 2 sisters. It looks like Lisa is taking the lead, though. She is well out in front ahead of Xenia, but it's going to be 1 and 2 for West Warwick. Lisa,
11:37.
another state record.
That's so fast.
And a state champion once again. She just came back from being state championship in the 100-meter hurdles.
I find this so impressive because she's not only peaking for one event in this meet, but she's run all these events throughout the year and is peaking for this meet right now. And I'm sure she'll be peaking even more later on for nationals and such.
Yeah, and now she's now claimed 12 state championships just in her first 2 years in high school.
That is so impressive.
She has so much further to go as well with, again, only 2 years under her belt. And there they are, two sisters who come in 1 and 2. Again, Xenia Ray 11.67, Jackson 12.06. Sutherland 12.06, excuse me. Jackson 12.36, Phillip 12.51, Berganza 12.60, and Racine 12.75. I always find it great to have that scoreboard right in the middle for everyone to be able to see their times.
Go over and get a good picture with it. But anyways, now we're on to the boys 100 meters.
So now moving, as you said, to the boys 100. We're going to, that whistle was blown for the start. We have Reynoso of Hope High, O'Connell of Shea, Parker Sharp of Cranston West, Felix of Bishop Hendricken, Gardia of Central, Kinsler of Mount St. Charles, Montero of LaSalle, and Guro Pezzulo of LaSalle.
Oh, that was a
like
false start in lane 1, yeah.
Trying to stay silent because I saw some twitching out in the farther lane, but it looks like it's going to be a jump from Reynoso.
That's always tough to see. But I think
we
got the red card right there.
Here I was holding my breath as the last 3 division meets that you and I were at, we saw at least one false start.
Yeah.
Holding my breath. We were just almost through the sprints where we always tend to see one, and
the last
sprint event. Well, last short sprint event.
Yeah, you usually don't see one in the 200, though. I don't want to say that, but in general, it's mostly the 100s and 110s that you would see it in.
So now we'll reset with now Reynoso disqualified for the false start.
All right, clean start this time.
Set. There, that looks to be
this is
Felix
a really
up at
good
front,
race.
but it's going to be close here.
He's going to hang on.
It's going to be a tight race.
10:68. Let's see what it comes up officially. 10:70.
And it's Gardia who will win it with 10:70. Parker Sharp, 10:76.
You got some fans cheering for him down in the bleachers.
Felix, 10:92. O'Connell, 10:99. Kinsler, 11:05. Montero, 11:10. And Guro Pezzulo, 11:18. That was a pretty quick heat for the 100.
Yeah. Wonder how much the winds changed between the last two.
Yeah, I'm uncertain with that. Wait for the final results here to see what the wind reading was. But again, you only had about 3 runners come in with a sub 11 today, and you had 4 runners in the finals go under 11, with O'Connell just under the mark with 10:99. So that'll do it for the what I would call short sprints. I consider Consider more 200 a little bit longer.
Yep. And now we've got the 400 coming up as they're walking down. It seems that one of the girls is holding her blocks, which I would not want to be doing right before I started my event, but to each their own.
It looks like they're rolling down the rest of the
Yeah, so I
blocks
don't know
now.
why she doesn't put it on there.
So looking at the event here,
I'm just realizing now that time is flowing by today. It's already 4:20.
wow.
4:21 now.
Yeah, I got here pretty early in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
and now we are already late afternoon, early evening, and we'll have now 3 sections of the girls 400.
Good news is that probably won't get dark anytime soon, and even if it were to, we have stadium lights all around here that will take care of lighting the track for us.
Which we actually didn't have for one of the meets
Yeah.
back in New Hampshire, so
It's true.
definitely nice. So again, looking in section 1, Gregory of Scituate in lane 1, Costa of Cumberland in 2, Pisa Sale of Mount Hope in 3, Racine of Ponagansett in 4, Kaufman of East Greenwich in 5, and Maybaum of East Greenwich in 6. I believe Racine is just coming back in for her 3rd event, running in the trials and finals. And she is listed as the fastest runner in the first heat with a 61:03.
At this time, we're going to present the awards of the boys high jump. In 8th place from Togo with a jump of 6 feet even, Kevin Barker. In 6th place, there was a tie at 6 feet 2 inches between Chucky Potter and Shay Parrish of Barrington, both of Barrington. I apologize. The other Barrington athlete, Caleb Satisfield, also tied.
And the girls 400 should be underway just shortly.
Yep, we're all standing up right now, and a couple of them have blocks. I'm not sure. It's kind of a mixed bag with this one because you do have some who might be sprinters coming up to the 400, and they'd be fine with blocks, or some distance runners going down, or pure 400-meter runners who I think would use blocks anyways. So
Yeah, you never know who you're gonna get in the 400. It's always you always see a lot of mid-distance runners run the event. Like you said, a lot of sprinters kind of move themselves up in the 4.
all right, looks like they're ready to go.
State record for this event is 54:10, set in 2021. The meet record 55:44 back in 2015. And we are underway for the first section of the girls 400.
Looks like lane 5 is off to a good start, maybe.
That's Kaufman for East Greenwich, breaking up the stagger with her teammate Maybaum. Actually, Maybaum's actually going to stick right there through. So those through to well enough lead. You also have
Yeah, they're
Costa
inside
of-
lanes are looking pretty good too.
Yeah, it's Costa and Pisa Sale moving in. Gregory coming up on the shoulder with those 3. So it'll be those 3 trying to break the stagger, but Maybaum is looking really good on the outside. Pisa Sale trying to move ahead. She's got a great kick coming with 100 meters to go, trying to beat out Maybaum.
I don't know if she will.
It's going to be coming down the wire. I think Maybaum's going to be able to close it out.
Yeah, Maybaum looked like she was going to tie up and maybe even
This
fall
actually may have
about like
been
70 meters to
Kaufman,
go.
but
Oh, sorry, Kaufman was first.
yeah, so it'll be Kaufman to take it. 62:04 Pizza Sale 62-3. Gregory 63-18. Costa 63-30. Maybom 65-50. Racing 66-43.
Yeah, Kaufman was fighting the entire way there. 'Cause she was kind of tying up with maybe 70 meters to go and still somehow kept her legs underneath her and looked the same way the entire rest of the way and just kept fighting. So kudos to her.
It's now time for section 2 of the girls' 400 meters. Govan of Moses Brown in lane 1. Wood of Scituate in 2. Grimes of St. Raphael in 3. Lohman of Narragansett in 4. Johnson of Exeter West Greenwich in 5. And Maxwell of Moses Brown in 6.
Here we go.
And now for the second section of the girls' 400. Nobody really breaking the stagger. Govan making a move to do so. She's moving up quick. So Govan looks like she's the one trying to take charge here.
They're kind of all in a line, though, right now.
Yeah, so we'll see where everyone is placed after this turn. Looks to be Johnson moving ahead and first, but not too far away from Grimes in lane 3. Grimes looks to be trying to close this one out. Going out to the front, Grimes well in the lead.
Yeah, she looks solid right now.
Getting some chase down by Maxwell on the outside. Maxwell closing in.
I don't think she's going to have enough.
It's going to be coming down to the wire, but it looks like it's going to be Grimes to finish it out.
Yeah, way to Grimes to use that
four.
third turn, or the second turn, third 100, and she kind of made a gap there and made it too much to overcome.
So Grimes and Maxwell sub 60. Grimes 58.94. Maxwell 59.21. Lohman 60.38. Johnson 60.47. Govan 60.76. And Wood 61.59. Moving right along to the third and final section of the girls' 400. We have Bryant of Classical in 1. Pierce of Barrington in 2. DePina of Classical in 3. Xena Ray coming back for the 4 from West Warwick in 4. Caggiano of LaSalle in 5. And Hake of Westerly in 6.
It's a quick turnaround for Ray after the 100. She didn't run the hurdles, though, so hopefully she's oh, this girl doesn't know. This girl doesn't know that she's supposed to stop. Oh, no.
She went out pretty quick. I guess she didn't hear the second
she was
gunshot.
flying through that first 100. But I don't know who it was that.
Well, again, all 6 of these girls are under 60. The slowest time being 59.66.
Let's see what the verdict is. From the official, I don't know if we have any word over here. Seems like there is maybe talking in the first lane. Everyone looks all right. Okay, so I think we're all set.
It looks like there was a warning given, not sure.
It's not official talking to lane 1.
Yep, looks like we are good to go. They're getting set back up in their blocks. So again, Bryant, Pierce, DePina, Ray, Caggiano, and Hake. Now here they go. See Ray in lane 4 already breaking up the stagger going into the turn. She's going to be battling out with Hake and Caggiano. Ray looking strong going through 200. Going through at about 25 through the 200.
That's really quick through the 200.
Again, state record 54.1.
See if she can approach that.
She comes in with a 55.11. She is well far out.
Yeah, the field is strong.
And that's Caggiano right behind her out in lane 5. But it looks like Ray is going to be your 400-meter Rhode Island state champion. She might have just been able to get under 55. She does, 54.73. Caggiano, 57.13. DePina, 58.83. Bryant, 60.67. Pierce, 61.17. And Hake, 62.06.
That's a great run.
So what a day for the Ray sisters already.
Yeah, it's not even close to done yet.
So Ray actually will set the new meet record that was set back in 2015. And that time was 55.44. So meet records and state records for both these sisters today. So now we're going to move on to the boys 400s. Again, this will be 3 sections. So coming up in section 1, will be Dumbra of Exeter West Greenwich, Giles of South Kingston, Axford of the Prout, Rodriguez of Lincoln, DeCruz of Tolman, and Redmond of Scituate. The fastest time in this heat is 52.64 by Rodriguez in lane 4. It's now gearing up. Everyone getting their blocks ready. Taking a look here, looks like we got girls high jump to our right getting underway. Looks like they're just getting started at the bar. Say about middle of the pack looks like for clearance there. And it looks like we have boys pole vault over our left underway. And whistle was blown for the 400s to start.
Seems like last minute preparation still being made.
The state record for the event is 46.42, set back in 1992. Longest state
really
record
fast.
we've seen so far. And the meet record, 47.11, also set in 1992. So pretty long-standing record and really fast times. And the fastest time coming into today is 48.58. As we are now underway with section 1 of the boys 400.
The top 8 finishers in the girls 100-meter hurdles. In 8th place from Rogers
Looks like
with
we
the
have
time
5 runners in this heat.
8.8.
And it looks to be Redmond going out quick. And Rodriguez, excuse me, that's Axford getting ahead of Rodriguez in 3, breaking up the stagger. He'll be,
Yeah, he looks great right now.
yeah, he's coming up on Redmond pretty well. He's passing Redmond with 150 to go.
Well
Yeah,
out
well
in
far
front.
ahead, yeah. So we might look for a big PR
We'll
from
see
him
if
today.
he went out too hard, if he can hold on to it.
It looks
They're
like he
coming
might
back to
be-
him, but he's
might
still
be
staying
tying
out in
up
front.
Rodriguez. Starting to come up, but it might be a little too late.
Yeah, he's going to hold
Now
on.
to finish. So good run by Axford. 52.94 to win that heat. Rodriguez 53.41. Giles, 54.22. Redmond, 54.70. And Dambra, 55.74.
Also, want to mention Lisa Ray right now getting her medals for winning the hurdles.
They should just keep her up there while they get everybody else ready from the 100 dash, too.
Keep her up there the entire meet. All right, we got Heat 2 coming up now in the 400-meter dash.
So it'll be Bernard in lane 1, Weber of North Kingston in 2, Malaku of Hope in 3, Zenit of Moses Brown in 4, Shields of South Kingstown in 5, and Ivy of East Province in 6. It was Bernard of Juanita Sanchez in lane 1, if I did not announce the school.
We're looking for the top 8 finishers in the girls' javelin.
Fastest time in this heat is Zenit with a 50.95. He's the only one in this heat under 51.
Looks like they were getting ready to start, and then they told him to stand up. Not sure what happened there, but no one will get DQ'd, luckily.
Now they are set and gun is off now. So here it is, the second section of the boys 400. Looks to be Weber trying to break the stagger out in lane 2 a little bit. But carrying through is Maloku in lane 3.
I look at lane 6 actually. He's pretty far out ahead too.
Yeah, it's Ivy, East Province. Definitely a lot of times you see lane 6 just running scared as they're being chased. Might be the case here as now Maloku chasing down Ivy, getting ahead. Now in the front.
He's got a few meters on everyone else.
Yeah, it looks like Zenit is coming up behind Maloku, but Maloku well too far out. And he's going to take the second heat well ahead of Zenit. So it looks like 50 point.
Nice run
for
there.
Maloku. Yeah, 50.5 for Maloku. Zenit 51.28. Shields 51.28. Ivy 51.89. Weber 52.27. And then 6, 52.37 for Bernard. Now we go on to the third and final heat. We have Wood in lane 1 from the Prout. DiGiacomo of Barrington in lane 2. Lamoureux of North Smithfield in 3. Sposato of Cheraho Regional in 4. Cotes of Bishop Hendricken in 5. And Leo Mensa of LaSalle in 6.
So I would be lying if I said I wasn't cheering for Elias Sposato to win this. He's going to URI next year.
Well, he's definitely has the impressive time with 48.58.
Definitely excited to be his teammate next year.
Again, the meet record here is 47.11, so while he is the closest to it, he's definitely still pretty far off of it.
Yeah, it's definitely a really good record. It's going to be hard to beat.
Here we go, clean start for this heat. All 6 runners.
Yeah, and Elias is out well.
Yeah, it looks like he's already breaking up the stagger with Cotes on the outside. Cotes holding him off, though. Yeah.
They're the top 2 seeds.
Elias looking like a really strong runner. Getting through, it's going to be a top 3 right there. Sposato, Cotes, and Leo Mansa. But it's going to be Sposato.
It's a good race down the stretch, but Sposato's pulling away.
Yeah, big gap.
He's really smooth in this home stretch. Definitely showing why he's the top seed.
Yeah, he's going to win this with Cotes in second. Look at the jump by Lamoureux.
Oh, we got under 48. Wow.
47.85 for Elias
Nice.
Posado, your state champion in the 400 meters. Cortez in second, 48.96. DiGiacomo of Barrington, 49.62 with a major push in the final stretch. Leo Mensa, 49.91 to close out your final runners under 50.
And there he is with Adam Melnick and Lars Hogan, his future teammates as well.
Lars also on camera down there at the finish line. You also have Wood, 50.63, and Lamoureux, 50.66. My apologies for calling out Lamoureux earlier. It's hard to see from afar up here where I am seated.
That was a great run, sub 48. That's really impressive.
Yeah, again, that's probably one of the closest times.
And the great thing was is that he wasn't necessarily that far into the lead until the last home stretch, and you couldn't really tell it was going to be that crazy of a time because everyone was running kind of great.
Yeah, and usually in the 400 you see a lot of guys kind of tie up in the last 50, but he actually looked like he was at the strongest
Yeah.
in the last 100. So that's something that's really good to see in a 400 runner this early in their career.
And I'm not too familiar with the seeds heading into other events, but I believe he is also in the 200, so I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, his 200 is gonna be looking really good to see then. So that does it for the boys 400 meters. As we move on to the 300 meter hurdles, which will be underway in about 3 minutes. Take a quick look at the state and meet records there, as well as the girls' first section. So the state record in the event, also the meet record, is 43.91 back in 2010. Unfortunately, we don't have Tony here with me to help me out with who broke those records. He is our Rhode Island information
Knowledge man,
specialist
yeah.
here.
I don't think there's anybody, at least any person under 30 who knows as much about Rhode Island running as Tony does.
So yeah, so he was the perfect guy to have.
Oh yeah, no, he is a
us.
stat machine.
He
And
should
he's
be-
on his way back up now.
Yeah, so we'll actually speak of see him right there. He should
See,
be on his way back up to join us. There he is. Great camera work, Tyler. So now, again, we'll get underway for the 300, as that start line will be right in front of us. Actually, kind of a good difference, I guess, for some of those runners who their start lines are on the backstretch. They don't really get to have the treatment of being able to be seen close up, but so here we are.
It appears there is some shade on this side of the track for the athletes. They were starting a bit further back.
So again, looking at section 1 of the girls 300 hurdles, we have Lewis of LaSalle, Acosta of Woonsocket in 2, Chris Holm of Middletown in 3, Tambo of North Kingstown in 4, Wilk of North Kingstown in 5, and Grace Jetma of North Providence in 6.
Still sending out the blocks right now. Should be a couple minutes before they get started. So we
Looks
got-
to be, well, we're going by the clock about 30 seconds.
Oh, okay, well.
So that is Zena Ray up on the podium. Again, new meet record, 54.73, following in the footsteps of her sister Lisa. As now we have Tony joining back with us. He's going to be spitting your Rhode Island knowledge for Tyler and I again.
How about that 400, Tony, from Elias?
That was pretty crazy. I could tell about 100 in. The Henrican kid on his outside made like a push to pick up the pace a bit, and he just went with it and did not like not fall off of it at all. And I
Mhm.
mean, I
He
know
looked so good in that last 100 meters.
yeah, he did. I mean, I've seen him run some pretty good 4x8 legs in the last couple of years, and that definitely showed that last 150 with all like the other guys who I'm not sure if they've quite run some 4x8s before, but it definitely, his experience in the 4x8 definitely showed that final 100 meters. But that was an insane time. It's one of the 5 fastest times in Rhode Island history.
Wow.
I was about to say that. I was
So.
going to say that must have been one of the better times to get even close to that state record. Or meet record even. The meet record's 47 low,
Yeah.
and then the state record's 46.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that was really impressive. I saw his coach actually earlier, and he said it's going to be a good day for him. He's ready, and he clearly showed that.
yeah, I mean it's super rare to see a foreigner runner look the strongest in the last 100.
Yeah.
That's super rare to see, and the fact that he's doing that at this early in his career, as I already mentioned this, but just to reiterate, just seeing that early on in his career is really good news for URI,
Yes.
as you guys will be future teammates.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because he's tied for the #1 seed in the 200. So
Yeah, we were just mentioning that with
Yeah.
Tyler. Yeah, he mentioned the 200. So really interested in seeing that too. How well he can flash off that speed.
yeah, I think a lot of the guys in the 200 will be doubling back from either the 4 or the 2, or the 4 or the 1. So that'll be interesting if a lot of the kids aren't fresh, especially if they haven't been hydrating or staying out of the sun. It could be.
Yeah, it's also that's
Yeah.
always detrimental if you're always out in the sun.
Yeah, I always say if you're doubling, if you're not racing for at least an hour, you have to be sitting in the shade, not even worrying about what's happening on the track.
Yeah,
I
you
think
can
too
see out
op-
there a bunch of those teams like set up their tents out in the shade. Smart move from them. Got here early to do that.
There's a bunch of kids, a bunch of athletes and teams under the bleachers. There's
Yep.
like a small lip that's in the shade, very, very packed with teams and athletes just trying to
Yeah.
stay cool.
So
when the-
well-designed facility to get out of the sun at least. then.
Yes.
So here we go for the first section of the girls' 300-meter hurdles. Again, we have Lewis, Acosta, Chris Holm, Tambo, Wilk, and Grace Gemma in lanes 1 through 6. And again, to reiterate, the state record and meet record were set back in 2010, 43.91.
Molly Riley of South Kingstown.
Again, as we just mentioned, you were the our guy to tell us who was hitting those.
And that was from
record
his
marks.
school, so he might know it a bit better.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go, underway.
Yeah.
The first section.
So yeah, her 110-meter hurdle or 100-meter hurdle record just got broken. So
Yep. So we have Chris Holm and Acosta already breaking staggers.
looks like Gemma from North Providence out well on the outside there. Looked like she was first over that most recent hurdle.
Yeah, Acosta looking good though with Chris Holm making a move now to try to catch up to Grace Gemma. Yeah, it looks like she's looking pretty good to pull out ahead.
Yeah, and that's, I believe that's Chisholm that's now taking the lead in the heat. But Tambone coming back on her.
Yeah, Tambo looking up front.
Maybe a pass right at the end.
Yeah.
Good sportsmanship there, congratulating each other there. Yeah, Tambo is going to sneak past 50.12. Chris Holm at 50.15. Lewis, 51.61. Grace Gemma, 51.64. Wilk, 51.76. And Acosta, 52.20.
Yeah.
They're
Big season
moving.
bests from Chisholm and Tambo. Nearly over a second for Chisholm, and about 8.8 and 0.8 of a second for Tambo. So pretty significant improvement for these girls here.
And now quickly over to Section 2. We have Harrigan of LaSalle, Daigle of the Prout, Silva of Mount Hope, Williams of North Kingstown, Mullen of East Providence, and Socochio. That's my best guess, of Cranston West. Again, apologies for the pronunciation. They don't give us cheat sheets for those.
Very Italian, Socochio.
Yes. So now we are getting set up in blocks. Definitely can start feeling the. It starts to cool down up here already in the
Yeah.
press box, so
We get a bit
definitely
more
nice for
breeze than they do.
3K runners. But here we are for the second section.
It looks like Williams in lane 4 is over the hurdles first.
And also Mullins up there. Looks pretty good too. Mullins
Yeah.
and Williams going to be battling it out. Sococcio is also in the mix.
Ooh, tough hurdle there for
Yeah.
Williams.
She recovered well, though.
Yeah,
See how she does in this one.
yeah. her
Actually,
and
good recovery
Mullins-
there.
So
Mullins starting to pull away.
Mullen is pulling away, but coming down is Sococcio. I'm not sure she's going to do it. The little lean from Williams might have given her out.
Oh, both of them fell. Wow.
Yeah, two collisions on the track. I'm not sure if Williams fall interfered with
Hopefully not.
Sococcio, but so Mullen will win it 48.49. Silva 50.55. Harrigan 50.77. Sococcio 51.99. Williams 53.01. And Daigle 53.84. So, yeah, tough break for Sococcio and Williams. They were second and third, and they got bounced back.
Yeah, fortunately for them, they'll be back next year, so that wasn't their last chance to perform well at this meet. So.
Good.
But it looked like Williams, the hurdle she hit, knocked over the hurdle in lane 5, which seemed to bounce out into lane 6. That affected Sococcio's back kick, which allowed her to, or not allowed her, but made her trip.
Yeah, really interesting fall there. So now we have Section 3, LaFontaine of Ponagansett, Roskowitz of Barrington, Vitale of Cranston West, Lisa Ray coming back, West Warwick, DeConto, Portsmouth High, and Brown of Chariho Regional. So this will be her third event of the day, looking to be another state champion.
Yeah.
Again, she's looking for 14. She has 12 state championships so far in her career. And she's looking really good to do it again.
Yeah, looking for another state and meet record as well. So we will keep an eye on the clock.
43.89 is her seat time, which is under the state record.
She's looking better and better as she goes along.
Yes.
And she only has one more hurdle left
Yeah, she's going to smash it.
to go
Oh
through.
my gosh.
Yeah, it's another one gone. Over a second season best for her.
42.53 is the official time.
Oh my god.
Emily Brown, 45.71. She beat everyone in the field by 3 seconds. DeConto, 46.04. Vitale, 46.72. LaFontaine, 49.54. And Roskowitz, 49.82. What a day for Lisa Ray.
Yeah, and she's still got the 200 coming up in a little bit, so.
Yeah, we'll see, I believe, both sisters in there.
Yeah, that'll be crucial. I haven't checked the team scores in a while, but West Warwick was one of the team favorites to win, and those two sisters definitely contributing massively.
Yeah, last time I
definitely.
checked, it was a classical up front by like half a point. So right now, yeah, West Warwick right now, 47. I believe they were projected about 72 ahead of second place with 46
Yeah.
is what I was looking at earlier. So,
Yeah, that'll be an interesting thing to see how that shapes up over these last few events here. And then
yeah, classical in second with 35. Boys side, Barrington well ahead with 82. They're looking to bounce back from their indoor season. Bishop Hendricken in second with 51 and LaSalle with 44 points in third. But now it looks like we will get underway for the boys 300-meter hurdles.
I'm going to dip off here and go take over for Lars for a few minutes.
So we'll have Sheedy leave us for a brief moment. So in Section 1, we have Derrico of Cranston West, Tabak of Portsmouth, Fontaine of Cumberland, Schobel of Pilgrim, Roderick of North Providence, and Hazlitt of Barrington.
Yeah, and state and meet record is 38.14, set by Benjamin Stewart of North Kingstown in 2014. Sounds like there was a pretty big clearance in the boys' pole vault. Looks to be about 11 feet something. But we're off here, first section of the boys, 300-meter hurdles. And pretty close right now between the four on the outside lanes.
That's Fontaine, Schobel, Roderick, and Hazlitt.
Looks like Fontaine had a slight lead going over that last hurdle.
So it's going to be between Hazlitt and Fontaine. Hazlitt still a little ahead.
Yeah.
There, on that hurdle, he gets a little bit more room.
Yeah,
So it's going to be Hazlitt and
pulling away now almost. Might have clipped a hurdle.
yeah, Fontaine trying to get there, but it's going to be Hazlitt from the outside lane winning that heat in a time of 41:37. Fontaine 41:71. Roderick 42:35. Schobel 42:76. Tabak 43:32, and Derrico 44:77 to close out that first heat.
Yeah, and we're seeing some pretty big improvements from these hurdlers. The top two in that heat, once again, well over a second in improvement from their season best seed times. So,
yeah, again, the fastest seed, as you were saying, that was 42:23 for Schobel, who was the fastest seed. And yeah, two runners under 42. That's impressive. Again, the sprint's going to have a good day with the weather here. So moving on to section 2. We'll have Ventura of Rogers, Marcelino of North Kingstown, Ubin of Westerly, Tucker LaSalle, McKenty of Montagansett, and Lesk of Barrington.
long hold down there, but now we're off clean. Second section of the boys' 300-meter hurdles. It looks like McKenty of Pontiac out on the outside, out to a pretty fast start.
Ubin looks like he's breaking up the stagger a little bit, too, in lane 3.
Yes, he does.
But it is, yeah, look at this McKenty well out in front.
See if he can hold on to this lead here.
Yeah.
Massive lead.
Yeah, it looks like he's tying up a little bit. The rest of the pack coming down the straightaway. That looks like it's Marcelino in lane 2. It's coming up now.
Over the final hurdle. Clips it a little bit at the line, almost under 40 seconds out of the second section here. 40.13 for McKenty to win the heat.
And then followed behind is Marcelino, 41.28. Tucker, 41.60. And then we have Ventura, 42.03. Lesk, 42.43. And Ubin, 42.93. Going into the third and final section. Forgot to mention the state record and meet record are 38.14 back in 2014. So section 3, we have Bearden of LaSalle, Wind of Barrington, Rodriguez of Portsmouth, Knight of Barrington, who is coming off of his state championship in the 110 hurdles, Bienvenu of North Smithfield, and Tavares of St. Raphael.
And Rodriguez, Knight, and Bienvenu all coming in with seed times under 40 seconds. So this should be shape up to be an interesting race here. All within half a second of each other. Knight at 38.67, Bienvenu 38.83, and Rodriguez at 39.14.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if Knight can pull through getting his double crown here.
Yeah, double hurdle crown would be very impressive, especially.
Yeah, especially in this type of field.
Yeah, and we're off cleanly here. Looks like Bienvenu was over the first hurdle first. Was over the second hurdle first also.
Yeah, Bienvenu looking really good in that 5th lane.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm not sure if he ran the 110 hurdle final, so he might be coming into this fresh, trying to run a fast
Yes,
time.
the first time I've seen this name. So yeah, so Knight coming down the stretch.
Yeah, looks like he's trying to reel him in.
It's going to be starting to get close here.
Oh, and he's going to make the pass on Bienvenu.
He makes a stretch. He's going to do it for the 2nd state championship of the day for him. 38.40 is the state champion with Bienvenu 39.17, Rodriguez 39.36, Bearden 40.14, Wind 40.42, and Tavares 41.97. Wind was your 2nd place in the 110 hurdles.
Yeah, and it looked like McKenty from Pontiac in the previous section snuck into the 4th spot with his 40.05. So pretty good showing from him there out of the unseated section to sneak into the top 4 in scoring.
So that quickly moves us ahead into the 800 meter, which is going to, from what I know from the seating, is going to be an exciting race on both sides here. So first going to take a look at the girls 800 meter run. We have Hogue of Rogers, Nikolopoulos from North Kingstown, McHugh of Cumberland, Wahlberg of LaSalle, Jackson of Pontiac, Resnick of Barrington, Terrelato of LaSalle, Pisa Sale of Mount Hope, and Patry of Mount St. Charles in Section 1. So we'll have 2 sections. And we'll have Mia Betez come back from her already anchoring the LaSalle 4x8 to win the state championship
To start
earlier this afternoon, yeah.
So
So again, pretty exciting 800s here.
and we'll have
Today
Erin
to see.
Hausen doubling back from her 1500 victory as well, along with a couple other girls from that field, including Keene Behe and Allison Pankowitz, I believe, were the 2nd and 3rd place finishers in that girls 1500 just a little while ago.
Yeah, I think we also saw Parento, Loman, and Beha in there too. So state record, 2 flat 65.
Yeah, Sophia
That's
Gorder on.
That's a heck of a time. Yeah, I haven't seen any of these, so that's that's impressive. And the meet record is 10 seconds slower. 2:10:38 set in 2005.
Yeah, that was Samantha Gallridge from Westerly, if I remember correctly. And
Oh my gosh.
I'm pretty sure during that meet she won 4 events. She won the 1500, the 400, the 800, and then came back and ran on the winning 4x4.
Yeah, wow. That's those are impressive times. You have a lot of the boys striving for the 2 flat mark.
Yeah.
And yet you have a girl, what, 2 years ago?
Yeah. I mean, she made the Olympic trials that year and at that time.
I believe it.
Yeah, she went on, I think, indoor that year. She set the U20 world indoor record in the 800 with a similar time. So it's pretty ridiculous.
Wow.
Having her, like you said, considering she would qualify for the boys' state meet also.
Yeah, it's just absolutely incredible. Again, like so many guys are trying to get under 2 minutes. She just hits the 2 flat mark. So very impressive. So the 800s set to begin at 5:10. We are actually 6 minutes away from that start time, and looks like we will not be rolling ahead of schedule. So we'll take a quick moment here for a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the 800-meter run for the girls. So we'll be back after these brief messages. You are watching the NFHS Network here for the RIIL 2024 State Championships. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the NFHS Network here covering the 2024 RIIL State Championships. This is Ocean State Running, powered by Marathon Sports, sponsored by Hoka. Here with
Yeah, so before we get into the girls 800, it looks like they're doing the awards to the boys 400, and Elias Posado of Charahoe, your champion, claiming his award with a phenomenal time, 47.85, one of the best times we've seen in state history, and especially in recent memory. So we're happy to have him join us next year at URI. But obviously, phenomenal to see him perform well here on such a great day here at the Rhode Island State Championships. Oh,
Yep. Oh, almost missed the hop
Yeah.
up to the podium. That would have been a
yeah, got to rep
major
his,
blunder.
Yeah, I got to rep his trainer on his sweatshirt. I don't blame him. He's
Yeah.
performed phenomenally today. So
Yeah, sub 48. What a great time.
yeah, big PR for him too. He came in 48.58.
So now we'll get ready for the girls 800. I believe.
Get a bit of a minute or so before they send them off.
So again, we will have Hogue, Nikopoulos,
McHugh, Wahlberg, Jackson, Resnick, Torlato, Pisaseo, and Patry.
So here we go.
That's McHugh of Cumberland taking the early lead here. As the first of the field fills in off the break.
Looks like we'll get the white flag for the cut-in too.
It's always good to see that the 800 runners know how to cut in properly.
Yeah, definitely need of that because you see a DQ in the 800, you're like, cut in.
Yeah.
It's always the usual suspect there.
I've seen it happen
For the
every now and
DQ.
again, but
Okay, yeah.
yeah.
So, yep, McHugh, steady lead right now. You're
Can't
gonna have
quite
to be
pick
my
out-
eyes here because as soon as they mix up their position, I am lost.
I'm pretty sure that's Nikopoulos in second, right behind her, but I wasn't quite able to get a read on the jersey. But the all black is North Kingstown, so pretty sure that's what it is. They came to the bell about 67, 68 seconds, so pretty quick here for the opening 400. This first section of the girls 800. McHugh leading, but it looks like she might be tiring just a little bit. You can see the arms not flailing, but start turning a little bit. Nope, I was incorrect before. That is Hogue of Rogers in second, not Nikopoulos. Nikopoulos is in third right now, trying to close the gap on these front two. But McHugh's still leading as we approach 600.
Yeah, it looks like both girls up front are kind of tiring. Just
Yeah, very
the way
fast.
things are
opening
looking, but
400.
yeah. But it looks like they're actually able to close well here. They're starting to put a gap between them and third.
Yeah, it does. Looks like Hogue's trying to close on McHugh.
Yeah, Hogue looking really good to close. She's closing the gap well.
Yeah, pumping the arms, trying to get some turnover here in the last 100 meters or so, and she's
but
held off by
McHugh.
McHugh.
She's got another gear. She's gonna hold off Hogue.
Just come to the line. They're going to dip under 220.
Looks like it's gonna be about right on the dot of 220, maybe. Yeah, 220.6. Yeah, so Hogue, 221.02. Nikopoulos, 223.38. Jackson, 224.63. Tirlato, 225.31. Wahlberg, 225.59. Pisasale, 225.97. And Resnick, 228.64. What a fast first
Yeah.
heat.
We want to see if they can sneak into the scoring in New England spots here after the seeded section. So
Yeah, 220. Again, the the fourth seed is the 220 mark.
yeah, and like we said previously mentioned, Aaron Von Hausen, Allison Pankowitz, Kini Behe, Wissa Parento all doubling back from that 1500 earlier, and Mia Betez from the 4x8 victory for LaSalle to begin the meet. So we will see how they double back in this. Looks like a pretty good field. Everyone 223 or faster. A couple girls here under 220. A couple at 220. So should shape
Yeah,
up
it's
to
going to be a pretty good
quick.
heat. Yeah. So in order, we have Von Hausen of Jericho Regional, Belvin of Mount St. Charles, Whitney of North Kingstown, Pinkowitz of Tollgate, Beha of Pilgrim, Lohman of Narragansett, Parento of LaSalle, Califoot of Cumberland, and Bettis of LaSalle.
Yeah, it looks like Belvin out to the early lead. I'm pretty sure she's coming into this race fresh, so she might be trying to put some hurt on the rest of the field here. And Von Hausen is right with her, and they have a pretty decent gap forming already on the rest of the field. And Parento is leading that chase pack. Yeah, so about a 10, 15 meter gap between Belvin, Von Hausen, and the chase pack. As you see Behe move up in that chase pack to take the lead there. But Belvin leading as we come up to the bell. Looks about 66 seconds for the opening 400. That is a pretty quick time here, or on pace to run a pretty quick time.
Yeah, what, 72 or 62?
Yeah, 62.
Or 72.
No, 60. 65.
65,
Yeah.
sorry. 212.
Yeah. And Von Hausen trying to passing here on the outside potentially. She's trying to swing wide. And
It's a good time to make the move, but
it looks like Whitney of North Kingstown moving up to try and take the lead of that chase group with Behe, but Belvin's holding off Von Hausen on the turn.
Yeah, Belvin looking really good. Von Hausen, again, having an event under her belt. I'm not sure if Belvin's coming in fresh. I believe she is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she is too, but Von Hausen again going to swing wide and try and pass her.
Yeah, she's tried to make that move. It doesn't look like Belvin has enough. Van Hausen
taking a toll. Von Hausen's going to take this. Watch the clock, folks. They were out hard, and it might be they're going to come back. It's going to be about 2:13 for Von Hausen.
As a 2-second PR off her time. 2:13.54 is your official time. Van Hausen, a double state champion in Rhode Island. Belvin, 2:14.44. Whitney, 2:17.24.
Whitney, just a freshman, too.
Beha, 2:18.21. Lohman, 2:18.23. Califoot, 2:22.10. Bettis, 2:23.72. Penkowitz, 2:26.45. And Parento, 2:25.18.
Yeah, so 4 girls in that race finished under 2:20. We had 3 seated under 2:20 before we came in. All 3 proceeded to do it again, and Behe joining them as well under 2:20. And I think
McHugh snuck in there potentially.
I think McHugh stuck into potentially 5th place with her 2:20 out of the other section. Oh, Lohman of Narragansett also under 2:20 at 2:18. So I was wrong. 5 girls under it. So McHugh is going to sneak into that number 6 position to qualify for New England's next week.
Again, that meet will be held at the University of New Hampshire in Durham, New Hampshire on Saturday, June 8th. Have New Hampshire Track and Field be live streaming that, partners with Ocean State Running.
So it looks like they're getting the unseated section of the boys 800 on the line here.
So looking at the boys 800s, we have Healy of Narragansett, Rodriguez of Lincoln, Roderick of Cumberland, Muhlbauer of Barrington, McGill of Cumberland, Peltier of Cheraho Regional, Bonnard of Barrington, Walsh of Moses Brown, Chun of Barrington to close out this first section.
Yeah,
and
Healy, the only one seated under 2 minutes, but 4 guys right behind him with 2 flat and decimals. So I'm sure a lot of them trying to dip under that barrier as we start here. Clean start, no callbacks, as there tends to be at Rhode Island State Championships in the 800. But yeah, we're off here, and that looks like it's Rodriguez of Lincoln leading in the first 100. The field cuts in, green, white flag.
You also have in the entire entry list, you have, I believe it's 13 guys under the 2-minute mark coming in today. So it's going to be a really tough battle, not only here because you have so many guys at 2 flat, but also a lot of guys under that 2-minute mark in that second section.
Yeah. They were in about 28 seconds or so for the first 200, so they're on pace to do it right now. And that looks like Roderick of Cumberland leading here. Rodriguez and Healy in tow. And then a small gap forming back to Peltier leading the chase pack. But they're going to be under 60 seconds at 400, so yeah, 58 seconds.
So they're on pace.
Yeah, definitely able to break 2 off that, but looks
58's definitely a tough one to go off of.
Yeah, Roderick, though, put in a surge there at 400. Healy moving up around Rodriguez, though, to try and reel him in.
So we'll see if they're still on pace at around the 600 mark. It's a good indicator.
Yeah.
As it comes down to the final 200.
Looks like Walsh of Moses Brown trying to make a move up there, too. 127 at 600, so.
So a 29 through that third 200?
Yeah, it looks like they're probably going to dip under the 2 minutes. Healy looks like he's trying to close. Walsh of Moses Brown still moving up very well.
Yeah, he's closing in.
Yeah, Healy strong here in the final 100 meters, it looks. He's going to overtake Roderick.
Well, this is going to be a great finish again.
Yeah.
Coming down, putting a huge gap.
157, just under 158 for Healy. It looks like maybe a couple other 158.00 for Healy, and then Roderick also under 2 minutes, 159.4. Walsh just missed it at 2.07. So a couple dudes under 2 minutes in that. See if that 158 will play with the seated section coming up.
Which I wouldn't be surprised if it did. That 158 would hold up, but I mean you got so many guys that are under that 2-minute mark. It's going to be tough.
Yeah,
but definitely gives them a fighting chance. But Rodriguez coming in fourth, 2 flat 32. Peltier just missing that will go up to 9th. Chun at 2:11.34. Peltier 2:01.58. Malbior 2:01.98.
Yeah, and as you mentioned before we get into this heat, state record, Darius Kipiego 148.82 from 2020. And the meet record, 151.32 from Devin Kipiego, his younger brother in 2022. This section, Breen of Classical, number 1 seed, 153.96. Then Ziegler of Moses Brown, Rowe, Ponagansett, Wade, Westerly, Baroker, Moses Brown, Pydade, Barrington, Ashanafi, North Kingstown, Ramos, St. Raphael, and Mello of Barrington. Freshman under 2 minutes. That's pretty good.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, great start.
And they're off here. And looks like the inside got out significantly faster than the outside there. But looks about changing. Yeah, clean break. It's good to see. And yeah, Breen, it's Breen of Classical leading right now. And
yeah, he'll be the one to watch, yeah.
Yeah, he anchored their 4x8 state meet record earlier today with a 153 high on the split, going out in an aggressive 52 seconds.
Yeah, that first 200 split seemed a little on the slow side, maybe about 28-29.
Yeah, maybe just trying to gauge the field here.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have anybody on his shoulder, so, I mean, if he just wants to get the state championship, he already ran a 153 today, so.
Maybe just do what it needs to win, but they seem to be pulling up on him a little bit. I can't quite read the jerseys, but about 58 seconds, so.
Yeah, so
28-30,
yeah.
That's
interesting
Rowe.
splits.
Yeah, Rowe pulling up on his shoulder now, but Breen kind of throwing a surge there. And the 2 Moses Brown guys, Ziegler and Baroker, together there.
But, I mean, running 153, a 58 is going to feel like nothing on your legs.
Yeah, especially for a lot of these guys. A bunch of these guys, 157 or faster. But Breen pulling away now.
Breen making this look easy. Yeah, he's coming up on this. Yeah, about a 28 on that 200. So 126 through the 600. He's looking back on his corner. They are coming up on him, so he's going to need to hit another gear.
Rowe of Ponagansett and Baroker of Moses Brown trying to see if they can reel him in.
And I don't think they're going to be able to. Breen is looking good.
Yeah.
Looking strong to take this. So 2 state championships for him.
Yeah.
His first individual. He's
pumping his fist a bit early, but celebrating the line. 154. Baroker for second. It looks like Rowe for third.
So he'll win it 154.85, going out in a 58.
Pretty good coming back.
That's a good good split. Baroker 155.75, Rowe 156.59, Wade 156.90, Ziegler 157.17, Ashanafi 157.89, Mello 158.62, the freshman. What a time for him. And Ramos 2 flat 43.
Yeah, pretty good time for a
So
freshman
it looks
there.
like that 158 from earlier is definitely going to sneak in, gets for scoring purposes for sure, gets in the 7th.
Yeah, that's good. No surprise, though, Thomas Breen had a phenomenal year, and Classical, I forget the name of their coach, but he's done pretty good. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Connor Murphy, but he was a former Classical athlete, and he had run 150.
Oh, yeah, I'm familiar with
150
Connor Murphy,
decimals.
yeah.
Yeah, a couple years ago, Classical, so he's going to have a stellar career at the University of Virginia, but
So that'll do it for the boys 800. And now we move into I believe our final 3 events.
yeah, 3,200 and 4x4.
Yeah, so we'll go into the girls' 3,000 meter run first. This is a little unusual for me schedule-wise too. We don't usually break up in the middle of an event, but interesting to.
It's the only meet they do it at too. They only do it at this meet where they break up the 200.
Oh, really?
200s. As far as I
interesting.
remember, yeah.
Huh. So all right. So we'll go into the girls' 3,000 meter run, then go into the 200 meters, and then the 3,000 for the boys. So we'll take a quick preview of the girls' 3,000 before it gets underway. Time is set for 3:30. Again, 6 minutes to go. We might take a quick break here, but before we do so, we'll take a quick moment to check out the field here. So Beha is your number 1 seed at 10:02.08 from Pilgrim.
Yeah.
Sullivan, St. Raphael, DeFusco of Cumberland, Teague of North Kingstown, O'Neill of Narragansett, Call of Portsmouth, Champlin of Moses Brown, Casey of LaSalle, Stowe of North Kingstown, Lickert of St. Raphael, Bianchi of Cumberland, Doyle of Classical, Boyce of St. Raphael, Shabbat of Exeter West Greenwich, Clark of East Greenwich, Chen of East Greenwich, Russell of Barrowville, and Lafort of Barrington.
Yeah.
So 18 girls in this field for the 3K.
State record is 944.72. Meet record 956.54.
And those were set back in 2014 and 15, respectively.
Yeah. State record's Maddie
So-
Berkson, former Stanford alum, and I do not remember the girls' meet record, unfortunately. But yeah, I see Behe down there. This will be a third event of the day. So
Yeah,
that
definitely
looks-
busy day for her.
Yeah.
I don't recognize many of the other
Yeah.
runners here. I believe Teague actually might be coming back for another one here.
Yeah, she was in the 15. I see Sullivan too out there doing a stride out, so that'd be I guess why she wasn't in the 1500 earlier, just trying to put down a stellar performance in this event. So
Yeah, and again, the 3K start line will be on the opposite end near the I believe the
200
at
start.
the 200 start, yeah.
My guess is Sullivan probably talked to their coach because she ran a sub 10-minute performance about a month and a half ago at the Friar Invitational with collegiate, so she might be trying to go after a meet record or potentially attempt a chase at a state record today, especially after qualifying for the NXN National Championships in cross country earlier this fall.
Yeah, I mean, she's not too far off, and she actually might have the company, too, to kind of pace her. You got 4 runners under 10:10.
Yeah.
So, again, that in a 3K, it's very doable to kind of get your times down by that drastic amount, for sure. What's that qualifying time she has to hit for the for nationals? You know?
I'm not sure. I haven't looked at any of the high school qualifying times for those meets yet. So I'm sure she knows what that is probably, and will also probably be chasing that.
Yeah, for sure. Again, probably the mark will definitely look at is the 9:56, the meet record, because that's well within reach. The state record definitely a bit far off, 9:44.
It would take a phenomenal performance to get that, but like you said, 9:56 is definitely
Within
the
reach, especially
wheelhouse,
if you've got the right pack to push you, which on paper looks to be potentially the way to go. But 78 degrees out, still a little hot.
The wind unfortunately has seemed to die down, which for some of these distance runners, especially this race in particular, they were probably cool for a pun, if you would like, with the idea of there being a slight breeze. That way, it was a bit cooler on the track.
Absolutely.
I was down there a little while ago. It was still pretty warm. Like there was a significant difference between the shade and the rest of the track. So I'm sure they'll be enjoying that turn right after the start finish line. Completely, pretty much in the shade for about.
Yeah, I was about to say
100
if I was a 3K runner, I'd be stoked about being able to run through that during a race.
Yeah. Looks like there was a pretty big jump in the girls' high jump. See someone celebrating pretty excitedly down there. We're not quite sure what height it is. Probably around 5 feet plus, or probably 5'2" if it was my guess, plus or minus about an inch or so. There still seems to be.
I would take my bets on like a 5'3", 5'4".
Yeah,
right
it
there.
could be. Yeah, I can't. I couldn't really gauge it by how tall any of them were standing next to it.
So we'll see there.
Just a miss there from Barrington athlete. See if I can kind of get a gauge based on how high it is compared to the people putting it back. Yeah, you might be closer. Probably about 5'4" or so. So that means it'd be pretty good high jump competition going on.
Yeah, and just by those reactions, might be like she probably might be first right now after clearing that, maybe.
Yeah, loud gun there for the start of the girls' 3K.
And while this race undergoes, we can probably give audience some field event results, as some of those have been updated with the team scores. But right now it looks like
DeFusco of Cumberland out to an early lead, putting some immediate separation on the rest of the field.
Yeah, we'll look to see if Bea decides to go out with her.
Yeah, she seems to be. Bea looks like she's in that chase group there, and Sullivan looks like she's just off it. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out over the next 7 laps.
Yeah, already strung out through first 300, but looks like they are catching up to DeFusco already.
Yeah, she has sizable gaps so far. Oh, I stand corrected. That was not Sullivan that I saw on the start line. That was her teammate, Mackenzie Wickert. So Sullivan appears to have also not started this race.
Okay. So again, still you got your DeFusco, a 2:08 runner, and I believe Teague is still in there as at 2:09.
Yeah, I saw both of them, and Madeline O'Neill, 10:20. I believe her personal best is closer to the 10-minute barrier from a previous season. But DeFusco still with a sizable lead right now. 6 laps to go.
Yeah, she's hitting the 600 mark with 154.
Yeah, it looks like that Casey from LaSalle has moved in the 3rd, and Tiggy is now in 4th. And that is Call of Portsmouth in 5th, and then a pretty large gap back to Behe for that final spot there. And she's leading about a group of about 6 girls here trying to maintain contact with that leading group.
Yeah, it seems like Fusco is just going for that state title right now. Just trying to gap the field, pull away,
Yeah.
not look behind her. I'm not sure. Not very good with the long distance pacing. So I'm not entirely sure where they are
Yeah,
pace-wise, but
she's about to come through a K, so kind of see where she is there.
yeah, so 1K coming in at about 2:14, 2:15, 3:15.
That's 9:45 pace. It's out pretty quick, so I mean, it makes sense if she's trying to break 10 minutes.
Yep.
Try and
I mean,
go out
9:45
hard,
pace,
yeah.
that's kind of just off of the that state record.
Yeah, we'll see if she'll be able to approach that and definitely at this so far break that meet record because she seems to be attacking
Yeah,
it
through
right
1K,
now.
she looks pretty good, and then she's still looking strong, so.
Yeah, and then O'Neal still in second, and Casey and Tiggy in 3-4 right now.
Tiggy, is that how you say it?
I'm not sure. I feel like I remember hearing that name like that, but I could be wrong about that too. Like my natural intonation is to say that, but unfortunately.
Well, we'll just go with it. I'll go with you on that.
Tiggy is probably more correct. I'm just saying because it looks like that, spelled like that, which probably isn't correct. But
again, they don't give us a little cheat sheet for any of these, so
yeah,
just gotta do our best. Yeah, she looks really strong. Like she looks like she's actually putting more of a gap already.
Yeah, and she's got a mile left now, 4 laps to go. So she's definitely still going for it. And yeah, Tiggy has now moved into third ahead of Casey. And then O'Neal still about 10 meters or so in front of them for second. DeFusco continuing to lead here. And she has about a 45-meter lead. And we'll see what she comes through the mile in a few seconds. It looks like it's going to be a pretty fast opening mile, opening 1,600 for her.
Yeah, 5:16.
Yeah, 5:16. So, see if we can get a 2K split on her when she comes back around.
But yeah, she's looking strong. I always feel like a lot of I haven't seen a lot of state championships where you have a huge pack just at a state championship. You always have somebody just take it out hard.
Yeah.
Kind of gap the field. I haven't seen many either 3K or 3,200-meter runs at the championship level. You always have that one person who just takes it out hard. And then near the end, you always see a runner just come back to bring it back.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see that. It makes it a little exciting just kind of seeing that gaps closing at the end. But looks like Wickard of St. Raphael has moved into 6th place behind Call of Portsmouth. But yeah, DeFusco's lead continuing to increase. It's almost at about 50 meters now on O'Neal in second, and Tiggy of North Kingstown is closing on her. Casey kind of falling off from her now in 4th. But we'll take a look at DeFusco's split here at 2K. It does look like she did slow down slightly. That was about a 3:25 for that previous K. So she's still on pace here to run a pretty fast time. It's just going to be, we'll see if how she will react in the later stage of this race to that fast opening K.
Yeah, and just looking at the back of the field, she's only about like 110 away from last place here in the field.
Yeah, she might have to potentially navigate some lap traffic, but yeah, she's got about 850 meters to go here. And yeah, she has a pretty sizable lead. Not much has changed in terms of placement here. So you still have O'Neal, Tiggy, Casey, Call, and Wickert for your top 6, potentially going to New England's. And then the last 2 scoring spots, Doyle of Classical and Clark of East Greenwich. So looks like they're doing the awards for girls triple jump right now, and I believe that's the same girl that won the girls long jump earlier from Cumberland. So a double state title for her. Yeah, so it seems the Fusco's lead has shrunk to about from 50 to 45 meters, but she's still continuing to lead here with 600 meters to go. O'Neill and Tiggy still in that 2-3 spot. Looks like Lickard is closing down on call for that 5th spot, the number 5 spot. Yeah, and just the rest of the field pretty strung out. So DeFusco coming up to the bell. Take a look at that time here at the split time at the bell, about 8:47.
Wow.
So she could be en route for potentially sub 10 if she can close. I'm not sure exactly the splits they have been running, but yeah, Lickard has now passed call for 5th. Casey kind of alone between those two duos in 4th, but O'Neill still in 2nd. Looks like Tiggy might be trying to close potentially on her for 2nd, but she's still comfortably in 3rd.
Yeah, DeFusco just looking smooth. Doesn't look like she's kind of put in another gear yet. She's just kind of cruising, knows how much she's well ahead.
Yeah.
So DeFusco is looking very likely to be your 2024 Rhode Island State Champion.
Another big clearance in the girls' high jump right there. That was massive. I'm not sure who that is, but she's definitely celebrating that. But, yeah, about 50 meters to go here. DeFusco, the clock reads 9:56, so it doesn't seem she's going to dip under 10 minutes, but it will still be a pretty quick 3,000 here.
Yep, she's looking at the time, trying to see where she is. She'll be 10:06, 10:07. Yeah, it looked like she was just trying to
10:06.
get that
Tiggy
state title.
O'Neill at the line. Not at the line, but like 20 meters to go with the pass.
What a run for those two. So
yeah.
Tiggy will take 2nd. So 10:06 for DeFusco, your state champion. With Tiggy 10:18.04. O'Neill 10:18.66. Casey 10:25.22. Call 10:32.34. Lickard 10:33.47. It's a great race for DeFusco all on her own. 10:06 all by herself.
Yeah, she went for it early. She knew if she wanted to run something fast, she'd kind of have to go out hard by herself, and she did that and still ran she ran a season best by about 2 seconds, so that was
great time for it.
Yeah, good performance from her.
Doyle 10:50.70. There was a 11 flat there. Champlin 11:03.65. Russell 11:03.86.
Yeah,
it was Clark of 11 flat 9-1.
Yeah, and you can see that the heat was definitely playing a part because a bunch of these girls aren't quite running their seed times, but nothing against them. It's pretty rough conditions down there on the track.
Yeah, I think we mentioned how we could potentially see a little bit cooler weather for the 3Ks hopefully, but yeah, looking at the weather, it wasn't looking great.
Yeah, the wind died down, which definitely has been helpful.
Huge part.
Actually, looking at the flag, it looks like the wind is blowing into the stadium seats behind us, blocking the wind from them. So keeping hot, still air down there is not ideal, especially for this length of a race.
So now we'll put a halt to the boys 3K. Go on to the boys the girls and boys 200.
Yes.
So that will promptly start at 5:45. So in about 4 minutes, we'll take a quick look at the girls 200-meter race. We'll have pretty good showing here with Lisa once again trying to look for her 4th state championship today. She's already won 7 this year, so Lisa and Zania Ray coming back in the fast heat. State record for the event is 23:26. We might see that get touched again.
Yeah, Lisa Ray ran that earlier in the year. Meet record is 24:32 from 2015. Once again, I don't recall the holder of that record.
Yeah, so Lisa Ray is seated underneath the meet record, not necessarily at the 200 record, but as things have been going, she might get pretty close to it. Again, 23:26. That's quite a bit of time to take off for a 200, but I've seen crazier things today.
Yeah.
Especially that 100 finals. He had 2 sections in the finals. I don't know if you noticed that, but the girls' 100-meter finals had a section of 3 girls before the actual finals heat.
Oh yeah, I did.
Because they had a 4-way tie for the 8th spot.
Yeah, I saw that when I was down there. I was pretty confused, but that makes sense that they had that. That they
Yeah,
did that.
you had 4 girls tied at 12:86.
Wow.
So pretty impressive. That is something I've never seen in my career in track and field. So that was.
Every year, nothing ceases to amaze, or always amazes every year.
Yep.
Something new and exciting always happens.
Yeah, always is. That's one of the reasons you gotta love the sport. Always something new you never expect. But taking a look at now the girls' 200-meter dash section 1. Now looking at the heat, we have Wood of Scituate, Yusuf of Classical, St. Pierre of Ponagansett, Racine coming for her 3rd event from Ponagansett, Daniel, East Providence, and Bios of Cranston West. Your fastest time coming in is Racine, 26.3. She'll be the one look for in lane 4. Again, I believe it's her
Yeah, it is.
3rd or 4th event, because I
Pretty
believe
sure.
she ran trials and finals earlier today.
Yeah,
And she's looking really good in this first 2.
yeah, it looks like Biasi of Cranston West, or my apologies, Daniel of East Providence out very well on the outside. Racine trying to run her down, but looks like Daniel's going to hold on to win.
Yeah,
this
she's going to be
section.
too far ahead.
25:47 unofficially. Pretty significant improvement for her. About.
Yeah, 25.48. Candace Daniel was actually one of the ones that was able to get herself in that first section of the finals, too.
Oh, yeah.
So St. Pierre, 25.82. Racine, 26.77. Yusuf, 26.90. Bios, 27.21. And Wood, 27.38.
Yeah, pretty big or at least season best for Daniel, about 0.9 seconds. A lot of these girls running significantly faster than what they were seated at coming in.
Yeah, again, pretty good day for sprints, not so much for distance, so you always have the give and take with weather like this. So section 2, we have Pezza of Cranston West, Santix, Providence Country Day, Phillip, East Providence, Merchant of North Kingstown, Berganza of Classical, and Jackson of Mount Hope.
Yeah, and looking at that flag out there, it does seem the wind has changed direction slightly and is blowing across the track with a tailwind on the home straight, so this might be helping these girls in the 200.
Yeah, so not much help for the 3K runners, but wind decided to kick in for these 200s.
Yeah, it looks like the second heat is off here.
Pretty quick here. I believe that looks to be Phillip trying to break through the stagger. Nobody.
Yeah, it looks like Jackson on the
gaining.
outside with the early lead, though.
Yeah,
Wow.
looking really good from the outside lane.
Yeah.
Really tough, and it looks like she's going to win it here from the outside lane in lane 6.
Looks like she might have dipped under 25 unofficially. Nope,
25.01, yeah. Berganza, 25.35.
Once
Looks like it was tight
again.
for 3rd. Phillip, 25.77. Merchant, 25.96. Satix, 26.44. And Pezza, 26.46.
Yeah, it looks like that wind might be helping them. It looks at least somewhat decently strong down there. Looking at the tents in front of us, it doesn't give us a wind reading, but we will check the wind reading after this section to see if any of these times are technically wind legal, which if Lisa Ray is attempting to chase down her own state record may be a factor, depending on.
Yeah, we'll
this
definitely have
wind.
to see how the time's going. We'll definitely keep an update on the on that wind. So we have Depina in lane 1 of Classical, Daniel of East Providence, Ray of West Warwick, Xenia in lane 3, Lisa in lane 4, Caggiano of LaSalle in lane 5, and Sutherland of Cranston West in lane 6. Again,
Oh, there was 2 Daniels, 2 sisters.
yes, they were both actually in that finals heat.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So they're coming back
Yeah.
for the 2. So interesting enough to see them coming back here. So they were part of that interesting occurrence in the sprints.
Yeah, it looks like they're in the blocks.
Yep, they're set, ready to go. Clean start
Yeah.
for this final section. Look for lanes 4 and 5. As you can see, Lisa well on her way
Yeah, both.
to the lead. Xenia coming up in second. And Lisa well up front, going to be taking her 4th state title on the day, 14th in total. And there she is crossing the line. Low 23s looks to be. That we need to definitely look at that wind rating. 22.73.
Unfortunately for her, way above the allowable limit, plus 2.0 meters per second. The wind reading was plus 4.1 meters per second. Her sister Zania also dips under 24, but unfortunately,
So not an official
yeah, not an
state
official
record,
time.
but 22.73
Yeah.
with the wind. Xenia Ray 23.89, Sutherland 24.41, Caggiano 24.47, Depina 25.43, and Daniel 26.07. What an amazing day
Yeah,
for these 2 sisters.
just that was a pretty phenomenal 200, regardless of the wind. Like those are pretty phenomenal times. Just unfortunately for them, it's not going to technically count because it's wind legal. But I'm sure all these girls are going to be very, very thrilled with their performances. These are some pretty stellar times from all of them.
Yeah, I can't imagine what she would run without that wind.
If
I mean,
22.7,
22.7, like
yeah, that's pretty ridiculous.
yeah, I can imagine that she'd be hitting like 23 mid.
Yeah, like I said, she ran 23.2 earlier in the year, and that was wind legal. So
Yeah, so yeah, again, that state record was 23.26, and the meet record was 24.32. Unfortunately, she probably could have definitely hit that meet record if the wind were legal for sure. But
I think it'll count for a meet record, but I don't know if it'll count for the state record.
Right. Okay.
The wind reading, but I'm sure that'll regard all conditions that'll rank pretty high, at least right now in the country. I'm not sure where that would be. I don't have it pulled up, but that's definitely close to one of the top times in the country right now.
Yeah, it definitely has to be. I mean, her running 22 is unreal, honestly. Again, I'll mention this so many times that a lot of the boys want to run is around under 23 to get themselves into these higher up championships, and the fact that she's just absolutely obliterating the field and able to run those times herself is just incredible.
Yeah.
So now we're on to the boys 200 meters. So we'll have section 1. We have Rodriguez in lane 1, Trainer in 2, Wood in 3, Kinsler in 4, Potter in 5, and Tequila in 6. And right here we have Kinsler seated at a 22.94.
Yeah.
Actually, you'd like to see where the 22.7 kind of seeds with with all these boys. I'm kind of interested to see where.
Yeah. I'm sure these boys will definitely gain a benefit from that wind reading as well. The wind is still blowing that same direction, so yeah.
So state record is 21.17 back in 2003. The meet record 21.47 in 2010.
That meet record is Kadeem Kashimo of LaSalle, and I believe the state record is Bobby Young from Mount Pleasant. But it looks like these boys are out fast here. It looks like Kinsler of Mount St. Charles pulling away from the field in this heat.
Yeah, he's getting chased down by Trainer and Potter,
Yeah,
but it looks
looks
like
like
he's going to take it
About 22-4 unofficially.
Yep, 22.45 officially. Potter 22.67. Wood 22.80. Trainer 22.89. Tequila 23.17. And then, yeah, Rodriguez did not start. I believe that would have been his third or fourth event on the day. I've mentioned his name a couple of times already.
Yeah.
Now moving on to Section 2. So we have Ruiz of Mount Pleasant, Reynoso of Hope High coming to get some revenge back from the false start they had in the 100. Alves of LaSalle. Asto of LaSalle, DeBoth of Barrington, and Gardia of Central High. He was also in the finals for the 100-meter dash. So also keep you all up to date on the win reading as these 200s go as well. Right now, clean start there. Reynoso able to stick in this one.
Gardeo looks like he's out fast on the outside. Definitely out hard, but on the inside him, that's Aceto of LaSalle trying to run
But Gardia looking really good in the chases to both, but it's going to be Gardia.
Looks like he let up 21.79. That's a legal time, folks. That one was not above the allowable limit. That was 1.9. So that's going to be pretty phenomenal time. And Aceto of LaSalle also 21.96.
21.81 officially. Aceto 21.96 to both 22.37. Reynoso 22.5. Alves 22.64. Ruiz 22.75. And again, all legal with that time. So yeah, it looks like the wind is dying down once again. So 21.81 will be the time to beat.
Yeah, so this heat in lane 1 is Bobby Wynn from Barrington. Lane 2 is Tyrell O'Connell of Shea. Lane 3, Amari Montero of LaSalle. Lane 4, Elias Posada from Charo, who we saw run a phenomenal 400 a little while ago. Lane 5, Garrett Giroux Pizzulo of LaSalle. Lane 6, Alonzo Parker Sharp of Cranston West. Posada and Giroux Pizzulo both come in with seed times under 22 seconds.
So this will definitely be the race to watch as we have Wind, who got second in the 110 hurdles, coming back also.
Parker.
And then Sposado. Parker Shop also going to be in this mix.
Clean start. Might look like Sposado stumbled for the first step there, but Parker Sharp is out well on the outside. Sposado, I can't tell, but him and Giroux Pizzulo look like they're trying to work together.
Sposado looking really good.
Yeah,
good stretch in that 100.
Is he gonna? He might take this.
He's gonna
at the line.
He takes it at the line.
Ooh.
Official time coming in, 21:44.
Wind legal. It says we have a legal wind reading too, 1.9 again. So
21.51 for Parker Sharp.
That's a
close race.
That's a new meet record for Elias Posado.
So two state champions, two state championships for Sposado, and a meet record. What a day for him.
Yeah.
Giroux Pizzulo, 21.64. Montero, 21.98. O'Connell, 22.22. And Wind, 22.73. And that's your state champion winning time. Looks to be Wind going up to that the scoreboard there to find his time. He had a pretty solid day. And so now we have officially that Ray is the #1 in the nation time with her 22.73.
With all conditions, obviously.
And fun fact, Bobby Wynn also just ran 22.73. So Lisa Ray is, well, that was with the win too, so definitely tough to say, but with the win, she ran at the exact time as Wynn from Barrington.
Yeah, top 6, all under 22 seconds in the boys 200, all wind legal times as well. The first section, unfortunately, was not wind legal, but the final two were. So Sposato's meet record will count as a legal time. Parker Sharp second, 21.5. So very fast 200s. And Gardea Aceto from heat 2 snuck into the 4 and 5 spots.
Yeah, pretty solid day. That'll close out the sprints now. Well, unless you want to count the 4x4, but
4x4s and everything.
oh yeah,
Distance runners, sprinters, jumpers, you got them all in there.
yeah, always have to, just always scrounging, especially in a state meet.
Whoever's the best. Whoever's
You kind of
ready.
have the best, especially anybody who's not running on fumes
Yeah.
at the point near the end of a state championship meet. So, but now we'll move on to the boys 3K, our second to last event of the day. So we'll go down the list of 19 runners in this field.
Legal. 1.9. Barely. It'll count as legal.
So Francis of Narragansett, Gray of Portsmouth, Vernon of LaSalle, Olson of Bishop Hendricken, Henderson of Cumberland, Moretta of Bishop Hendricken, Zabo of Bishop Hendricken, Fadden of Mount St. Charles, Schipperly of North Kingstown, Kirachki of Bishop Hendricken, Rogalski of Cumberland, Green of Bishop Hendricken, Silva of Bishop Hendricken, Pydad of Barrington, Allen of East Greenwich, Flynn of Bishop Hendricken, Ratty of Bishop Hendricken, Moran of Cumberland, and Morera of Bishop Hendricken. Lots of Bishop Hendricken in here.
Yeah, they're stack this event at this meet there.
Yeah, they're
3K school.
looks to be for sure.
Keep an eye on.
Bishop Hendricken's definitely one of those teams I saw in high school at the New England Championship meets for sure.
They won.
That
They were always in the contention for that. My freshman year, so fall of 2018, they were the fourth place team at NXN. So they beat the next year's national champion, following year's national champion, Newberry Park in that meet.
oh wow, okay, yeah.
Strong team from them. Had a bunch of guys who were in the 830s in this event that year. But definitely keep an eye on for this. Marshall Vernon of LaSalle and Cole Francis, both two of the top 3 seeds, both doubling back from that 1500 earlier. And Sam Henderson, your cross-country champion, is coming in fresh to this. And Sean Gray of Portsmouth has also been running well, and he is coming in almost fresh. He ran a 4x800 leg earlier. State record 820.52 FAT time from Devin Capiego. The actual state record 18.816.60 from DJ Principe in 2016. And Nick Ross of East Greenwich. Nope, I was wrong again. It's Ryan Meehan of Bishop Hendricken. My bad. I'm getting some things confused here, but
Well, again, I'm not correcting you.
Yeah, no,
You know your stuff here, so.
yeah, it's Ryan Meehan of Bishop Hendricken, 827.02. That's the correct person. I apologize for incorrectly stating those record holders, but looks like it'll be a full field here. I see everybody out there that we were talking about before.
Yeah, lots of green. You
Yeah.
see a lot of green.
Keep an eye on Brandon Pydate of Barrington as well. He has run well in this event in past years, and he is doubling back as well. So, but yeah, see Marshall Vernon out there, Cole Francis, and the slew of Hendricken athletes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them to be exact, half the field.
And also want to say that this day has gone by pretty quick.
Yeah.
For sure. Already 6 o'clock. And again, we're already on our second to last event here at the Rhode Island State Championships. So pretty crazy day here with, again, the girls' side, the Ray sisters tearing up the track with their state championships as well as state and meet records for the both of them. And then you're just seeing multiple great races on the boys' side, especially Elias there for
Charahoe.
Charahoe.
Yeah. Although one of the athletes I had mentioned before as a potential athlete to watch, Sam Henderson of Cumberland, your 2023 Rhode Island Boys Cross Country State Champion, I cannot spot him on the starting line, so he might not be competing in this event, which is unfortunate. I would love to see him compete there with the guys doubling back from other events earlier in the day,
Yeah.
especially
But,
coming in fresh. But
yeah, well, you got your top 6 seeds. Well, if Henderson's out, then you have a top 5, well under 9.
yes,
So it's gonna be a good race here. I'm
Yeah.
excited to see how this turns out. This was one of the races that I kind of kept on my watch list coming
Yeah.
into today.
definitely. I mean,
I mean, guy running 8:48 is or 8:44, excuse me, is just no joke for sure. And Francis.
yeah. I mean, Marshall Vernon earlier this year did run 9:01 at the Laux Games 3200. So he does have the state leading time as a split from that, but he did not. It doesn't count for the performance list. So be interesting to see how him, Francis, Pydate, as I mentioned, and that is it, doubling back from that 1500, that fast 1500 earlier, especially in this heat.
And
We'll see how
that is a pretty stacked up
starting line. Yeah.
starting line. Yeah, this is look to see, make sure that everybody gets out clean here.
It looks like
It looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's going to get out, and that's Sean Gray of Portsmouth taking an early lead. He ran a 4x8 leg earlier, as I previously mentioned, so he is almost fresh coming into this. Yeah, and then Cole Francis right in there in second. And then 2 Hendricken guys, Jack Moretta, Will Olson on his shoulder, and Marshall Vernon moving up a tad there to maintain connection in 5th.
Coming up in the first 232.
Yeah, so that's a solid opening 232 seconds. Yeah, it looks like Sean
Yeah.
Gray's starting to open up a small gap here on this opening 400. He may be trying to pull a similar strategy as DeFusco did earlier in the day and just put the hurt on early and run away from the field.
I mean, he's got a solid chase pack though right
Yeah.
on his tail, so I don't think he's going to be able to get too far.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like it already. We already have. Looks like a Bishop Hendricken
that's
guy moving.
Jack Moretta moving up to maintain connection there. They were throwing out 66 seconds, so pretty solid opening 400.
Yeah.
Which is probably why we see this field strung out. A bunch of guys close to that 9-minute barrier coming in, and you can see that whole group there, that second group all around 9 minutes coming in. That opening, that 66 is a bit quick. That's 33s. That's 8:15 pace if they held, but.
And you're not gonna be able to miss that chase pack because they're all Bishop Hendrick guys look like they got their those neon green shoes out there. If you can see them, you're not gonna be able to miss that pack. So
yeah, but that top 5 hasn't changed. Just position changing a little bit.
yeah, so it's gonna be a fight for 6th right now.
Yeah, Vernon passing Moretta, and Francis and Olson a little bit off that. So. They're still running a respectable pace. They came through 600 and 139. Or at least Gray did. And he's going to come through in 215, so he slowed down just slightly. But that's still pretty reasonable opening 800. If he were to hold, that would result in a time around 8:10, 4:18 per mile pace.
Yeah, but it looks like Vernon's kind of creeping up on him a little bit. So
yeah.
Probably see him and Gray kind of pace each other, I would think, once he gets up on the shoulder.
Yeah, looks like Gray is methodically trying to work, or Vernon, sorry, is trying to methodically work his way up to Gray. Yeah, they come through the K about 250, so that's 8:30 pace. My miscalculations before were wrong, but it seems Moretta, Francis, Olson have faded back closer to that chase pack. So those at third spot, still within reach for some of these guys. That chase pack, Ethan Fadden and Nolan Rogalski leading that, followed by a few Bishop Hendricken runners.
I do want to point out, it looks like Oh, sorry. Pole vault is over. It looked like the post was still up. So I was, but if the measurement's right, I think the winning height was about 114.
14'8".
14'8",
or
yeah.
14'6". I can't quite read the. I think it's
14.
14'6".
I know, I was about to say 114. I was like, that's not right though. Yeah, 14.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would sound about right. All right, so here we come. About.
Oh yeah, big gap for that built up between.
About 4 laps to go, and it looks like Gray is still pulling away from Vernon.
Yeah. So actually, yeah, he looks like he's actually been able to.
Yeah, and still a pretty significant gap back to Francis, leading that chase pack of the entire rest of the field. But Gray is.
Yeah, the entire field has strung
Right
out into
out
a
right
kind
now.
of a big chase pack now.
Yeah, he came through 1,500 and 416, so he's still running a pretty reasonable pace right now. We'll see what the 1,600 is, but it's going to be just over 430. So he's trying to run something fast here. 434, 435 at 1,600.
Yeah, not only is he trying to run away with this, he's going to run a pretty respectable time.
Yeah, and Vernon fading back. Actually, not even fading back. Gray just pulling away still. His lead's now about 50 meters almost, about 40 meters. And then about 50 from Vernon back to Olsen leading that chase pack. And then it looks like Fadden passing Francis now for 4th in that group. And then Rogalski, Francis, and I can't quite make out the number on the other Bishop Hendricken athlete, but
So yeah, it looks like you got Vernon about maybe 50 meters behind now. And then you got your 3 with the rest of the pack chasing about another 20 or 30 behind that, maybe even 10. But pretty decent gap through 1, 2, and 3, and then you have a full chase pack in the 4 through 6 position. But Gray still looking smooth and just putting a huge gap now on the field.
yeah, this will be. Oh God, I lost. This should be 2 laps to go, if I'm not mistaken.
6:18 with 800 to go. That's
Yeah, he's moving pretty well. This, if you were to close in under 2:10, he would break that meet record.
yeah, especially if he's pacing himself. That'd
Be a phenomenal run. That meet
Impressive
record
day.
time, and that meet record was set. There was 3 athletes that broke 8:30 in that race.
oh my gosh.
So it was very competitive, unlike what this is shaping up to be here with Gray. 100-meter lead now on Marshall Vernon on second, and Will Olsen closing on Marshall Vernon now, and that chase group now led by Nolan Rogalski, Cumberland, then Ethan Fadden, Mount St. Charles, and 2 Bishop Hendricken athletes, and then Francis fading back.
Yeah, again, Francis came in with the #1 seed, and Gray is just running away with this.
Yeah, this is
Coming in with a 8:48.
Gray's going to throw down a phenomenal time. Make sure this is the bell here. I'm pretty sure it is.
So there he is coming across the line.
Yeah.
7:28 with 1 lap to go.
That was
There he is. He's going to be your RIIL state champion of 2024 for the 3K. We just have to see what time he hits here.
And he's moving
closing well.
pretty well on this back straightaway. Will Olsen now with a sizable gap for second over Vernon, Rogalski, Fadden, and 2 other Bishop Hendricken athletes. Looks like Vernon coming back a bit on Olsen to maintain that's his second position.
Yeah, so it's a battle here for second and third. But you got on the back front straight now.
Sean Gray, about 50 meters to go. Clock reads 8:26. This is going to be a time in the low 8:30s for him. Phenomenal run from the sophomore from Portsmouth. 8:33 and change.
There it is.
Unofficially. That is a phenomenal time.
8:33.13 is the official time for Sean Gray, your state champion in the 3K.
Phenomenal performance from the sophomore. That is one of the best performances in the history of this meet. And he has 2 more years to get that record.
And you had Vernon come in second, 8:57.43. Olson in third, 8:58.47.
Meet record's 8:27.
Rogalski, 9:01.75. Fadden, 9:03.66. Karachki, 9:03.66. Flynn, 9:04.27. 9:05. There are a lot of entries coming in at once. I'm having a hard time getting through these. Ratley, 9:12.38. Silva, 9:13.64. Morera, still missed it. Flynn, 9:05.51. Francis, 9:10.64. And there he is, everybody, at the end of the 3K. The classic get on the ground.
Yeah, don't blame him. It's a rough day out here. I mean,
Yeah, it's hot out. Getting in the shade, definitely a great move.
yeah, I mean nothing obviously to take away from these boys running here, but that's historically one of the slower bottom 6th place times but we've seen. But obviously like we keep mentioning, the weather out here is brutal. It's been cold up here for the last few months, so these boys haven't really been able to figure out what works best for them in the heat, and it's
Just adapt well
yeah,
to
it's
the
taking
weather.
its toll on them here.
Yeah.
I mean,
Feels like it just switched right from winter to summer. Didn't even give us a full spring at all.
yeah, but these boys ran well in this heat, and they're fighting out there. It's good to see them all finish safely, finish together, I should say, or in one piece.
Yeah, again, Bishop Hendricken just having clumps of their guys just in throughout here.
Yeah, I mean this was definitely a crucial event for them in terms of the team race, which is has closed down a bit. Barrington leading the boys team competition, 96 points, 12-point lead over Bishop Hendricken with 84, and LaSalle in third with 62. And then on the girls' side, West Warwick leading right now, 76 points. Cumberland in second, 57. And Cranston West in third with 55. Charahoe in fourth with 50. So
They're in striking distance for potentially get some
Higher
points on the
podium
4x4.
spot,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I think I don't know if all the field events got scored yet. I'm uncertain.
I don't know. I can't. These live results have not been working well. We can't see them.
Yeah, so we haven't been able to get our field events up and going, but we have the track events, and most of them are scored. So it is going to come down to the 4x4s for a lot of these teams, especially for Barrington for the boys. Their 4x4 is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, if every single field event is scored, then they won the meet, because that if there's only one left, Hendricken can't get those 12 points back.
That's true, yeah.
But like you just mentioned, we're not sure of all the.
We're not sure on the official results, but as of right now, what we can see with Bishop Hendricken's points not scored in the 3K yet, there is a slim chance that Bishop Hendricken might be able to get a few extra points from the 4x4 and get in there. So we're going to look at the 4x4.
Yeah, that should be starting in a few minutes here. So
we'll have 3 sections of the girls 4x4. I'll have you announce the meet record. Stay where you had it up.
Yeah, the meet record is 3:53.91, set by Classical in 2014. I don't know their first name, so. And then the state record is 3:53.41, set the following year in 2015 by Hope High School. So. Yeah, and then.
So looking at Heat 1, we have 3 schools. We have Barrington, Portsmouth, and Prout.
And then all these schools have a plethora of athletes listed, and we're not sure if we'll be able to call out names on these relay legs just because of order and the amount.
Well,
of
if
names
anybody
listed.
can, it's going to be you. So
well, in general,
if you can, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to I'd do that with just the list of names and.
Not to say it's all on you, but it's all on you.
Yeah, and we don't get a relay card either from the coaches like they do.
No,
at a lot of big meets, so.
this isn't the NCAA where you get your relay cards out to people and whatnot. So
Yeah. We'll try and we'll make sure.
we'll
we
do our
refer
best
to it
with
as the team.
trying to shout out the team names, and obviously Tony here will shout out individuals that he can tell from
Yeah, if I can
from
recognize
all the way up
someone.
here. Which again,
Oh, looks like we're starting a couple minutes early. First section, the girls 4x4 is off. Barrington in 3, Portsmouth in 4, and Prout in 5. They'll stay in their lanes for the first 3 turns before breaking on the back straight on the second leg.
always love the a good 4x4 3-turn stagger.
Oh yeah.
I always
Especially with like 8 teams in it.
Yeah, I never
Yeah.
liked the having the just a 2-turn stagger where you can cut in after 2 turns.
It gets like I feel like
It gets so messy so fast, especially at a state championship. You're gonna have your legs 3 and 4 already be a messy handoff usually. So why make it harder on the officials to have 2 turns instead of the 3? So
yeah. At least in
here we
indoor, it
go.
kind of makes sense, but
Yeah, you have Barrington, Portsmouth, and Prout all in their respective order.
we'll see if we can see where the handoff is. The results 10, it's kind of blocking, but it looks like Prout handed off first.
Yeah, Prout was able to get out, and then it's going to be Portsmouth.
Or Barrington or Portsmouth, I can't tell.
I believe it is actually Barrington. Yeah, Barrington is
Yeah.
out in front of Portsmouth right now.
That is Prout leading off the break.
And we got the white flag, so everybody is good to go.
I believe that the second leg here for Portsmouth is Drozinos, who we saw earlier, closed very well in that unseated section of the girls 1500. I don't recognize the other two, but it's Prout still leading over Barrington and Portsmouth in the first section of the girls 4x4. But
I
it
mean,
looks,
pretty close together too.
yeah,
They're within striking distance of each other, and as I'm saying that, it looks like
Drozinos is moving up again,
Yeah.
just like she did. We saw her do earlier in that
Yep,
1500.
look there. You're just big move there from is that Prout?
Yeah, Portsmouth.
believe.
Yeah, on the outside.
Portsmouth, yeah.
And they're going to hand off first, and they're going to win into the turn. So Portsmouth now leading, but Prout got a good start and is now passing Portsmouth on the turn here. All 3 teams all kind of clustered together here. Prout passing on the outside. Barrington trying to pass on the outside too on this third leg. So all kinds of changing spot changes already, and we're only about 150 meters into the leg.
I feel like it's a lot easier with to gauge some of these moves just because there's only 3 people, a lot more
Yeah.
room to kind of make these moves, especially on the straightaway.
You don't have to get
Kind
around
of
as
tough,
many
yeah.
people,
Don't have to get around as many people, so a lot easier for these girls here to kind of make these moves on the straightaway. But Barrington, great move on the turn using the back end to kind of slingshot around, so really pushed her ahead.
Yeah, she's really pumping those arms. She definitely, you can definitely see the change in her arm swing on that turn, and it's
Yeah, she
really
used that.
working.
She really used that turn well to her advantage.
yeah, and she's gonna hand off with a sizable lead at the bell. So we'll see if these girls can run season best in their 4x4. They were 3:10 or so at the bell. Barrington leading right now. So
Yeah, Portsmouth coming in with the top time, 4:19.16.
yeah, but Barrington leading now, or Barrington still leading. Portsmouth and Prout battling it out for that second spot. And Prout is still leading here. Looked like the Portsmouth girls are going to try and make a move, but didn't quite have
Yeah, it looks like
come to fruition.
But yeah, Prout is definitely well ahead and going to be winning this first heat, trying to they could potentially sneak into
Barrington winning
pretty
the
good
heat.
position. Huh?
It's Barrington.
Barrington,
Yeah,
excuse me.
It's all right. But Portsmouth passes Prout off the turn. Yeah, but Barrington ran away with this heat. It's going to be a pretty good start to this girls 4x4. Looks like it's going to be about 4:12 for Barrington.
So it looks like they just did not put in their eggs in one basket for this one. So official time 4:12.52 for Barrington, Portsmouth 4:15.84, and Prout 4:17.65. All of them well under their entry times. And
Saving their
so,
best for last.
again, 4:12.52 will be the time to watch out for in these next two heats. Now coming in for Section 2 will be East Providence, Raphael Academy, Cumberland, Chariho, East Greenwich, and Mount St. Charles.
I recognize some more of these names, so I'll see if I can call up the athletes, if I recognize them on their legs.
Yeah, I'm also starting to recognize some of these names. Looks like they might have
doubling or tripling back.
yeah, they might have
other events.
Belvin come back for Mount St. Charles potentially.
Yeah, and Charaho
It's
with
like
Von Hausen.
Von Hausen, yeah, McHugh for Cumberland.
Yes, and DeFusco.
Yep. You also looks like you got Mullen for East Providence too.
Yeah.
And Kendra Daniel, and
Daniel.
both Daniels from again from that interesting 100-meter finals, and also coming back from the 200. So this will be their third event, or fourth, I guess, because they ran the trials too.
Fourth
so
race, yeah.
fourth race of the day for either the Daniel sisters. So if either one of them are in this race, they have Daniel listed as the anchor, but potentially have Candace as a second sub. Also recognize Grimes. She was, I believe, in the 400.
Yeah, and we're off here. The second section, the girls 4x4.
So we have all 6 lanes. Here, again, it's going to be tough to see through.
Get a better idea when
handoff.
they get handed off, but I'm not quite recognizing any of them yet. So it does look like Mount St. Charles is out well on the outside.
Carajo looks like they're breaking the stagger in lane 4.
Yeah, same with St. Raphael in lane 2.
But yeah, great start for Mount St. Charles in the outside lane. They've got about maybe a 10-meter gap.
Yeah, it's a pretty substantial.
Yeah, and she
right
looks
now.
great. And if the order is correct, that's Jordan Hendricks.
Yeah, these orders are definitely not correct, if I had to be 100% honest, because I've seen there's I don't know, there's a ton, there's like 8 names listed for Mount St. Charles, so it could be any grouping of those 8 into 4.
Yeah, it looks like you have East Greenwich and Chariho coming back on
Mount
St.
St.
Charles, yeah.
East Providence running well in lane 1.
Yeah, they're starting to close the gap on Mount St. Charles.
Yeah. 3 teams, Chariho, East Greenwich, East Providence trying to close on your leader, Mount St. Charles, early into the second section of the girls 4x4. Yeah, now they're all grouping up, and it looks like East Greenwich is trying to swing wide here off the turn. Chariho beats them to it, but they're still outside. Leading into the second exchange, and East Greenwich now taking the lead going into this final exchange. Big surge there in the final 75 meters of this leg. And they're going to hand off clearly in the lead, followed by Chariho, Mount St. Charles, and East Providence, and then Cumberland and St. Raphael.
Looks like East Providence is going to make a move here, try to get themselves into this top 3. Yep, she'll move into.
She's off to a pretty good start so far.
Oh, she's moving into second. She's gonna make a move to first here.
Yeah, she's gonna move all the way to the lead. That was an impressive move from her.
Yeah, and she's starting to put on a little bit of a gap. We'll see how she does in this next 200.
Yeah, and it looks like she's just increasing her lead. And then Chariho and East Greenwich still trying to hang on. Mount St. Charles in there for 4th, all about evenly spaced as we hit the final straightaway. Chariho trying to close down on East Providence, who made a massive move early into the race to take the lead. And Chariho's going to pass with 50 meters to go as they hand off into the anchor exchange. This second section, the girls 4x4. That's Von Hauser for Chariho. She gets the baton first, about 3:07 with a lap to go.
East Providence isn't giving up yet, though. They're coming back up.
Yeah. Classic sprinter versus distance runner in the 4x4
Yeah,
here.
it looks to be.
And
I
then
believe this might be Daniel right here. I think.
yeah, and then East Greenwich holding on, and that's Belvin from Mount St. Charles for running for Mount St. Charles there. East Providence passes Von Hausen of Charahoe. She looks like she's trying to make a move, a responsive move around the outside, and she is.
Yeah, she's going to use the back end of that turns.
Yeah, coming back.
Great move.
Yeah.
But now East Providence needs to make a move back. She might be trying to do it here
East
on the
Providence
straightaway.
matching on the inside.
Charahoe might be able
close
to pull
the
away, though.
line.
She's starting to, yeah, tying up at 50 meters to go. Charahoe's going to take this heat.
4:09.
4:09, 4:08.97 officially for Charahoe.
Once again,
East Providence 4:10.16.
massive improvements from these
4:12.17.
seed times.
So the winner of the previous heat's definitely going to sneak in for now. Mount St. Charles 4:15.91, Cumberland 4:21.03, followed by St. Raphael 4:24.82.
Yeah, the first few teams in this heat ran phenomenal times. Charo, that's a 7-second season best for them. East Providence with another 8-second season best as a team. So, all these girls bringing their best for last here at the Rhode Island State meet, throwing down some phenomenal season best in the 4x4.
And I mean, this is the best way to go out with everybody. So Barrington is going to sneak in right now with their 4:12.
Yeah,
into scoring range. We'll see how this next heat will do. So now, moving on to the third and final heat of the girls 4x4. We have Classical, LaSalle, Cranston West, Westerly, South Kingstown, and Moses Brown to now close out the girls' side of the track events. Again, we're kind of in the dark here on the field events right now, but we will get those updates potentially after these track events.
See, I do know the South Kingstown team because, I mean, that was my previous high school, but I do recognize, same with before, I do recognize some of these other names, so if I do recognize them on their leg, we will try to call them out for you folks watching at home.
Yeah, and there looks to be no extra names here, so
Yeah, maybe.
this is the live results there. So this might be these might be the names that are actually on there.
Potentially. But now we are off here in the final section of the girls 4x400 relay.
So that's LaSalle up at the front on the outside. Looks to be Classical moving in from lane 4, getting ahead of South Kingstown. So LaSalle looking good on the outside with Classical waging the gap. And on the inside, that looks to be Cranston West
Yeah, I think
also
that's-
gaining.
I can't quite tell, but yeah, Classical and LaSalle out to an early lead.
Yeah, Classical is starting to move in on LaSalle. So it's going to be tight at the first handoff here. We'll see who gets it off first.
Looks like Classical's going to hand off first, followed by LaSalle, who almost ran out of zone. South Kingstown in third, and that's Cranston West.
Yeah, Classical now way up front with LaSalle getting hunted down by the inside pack of Cranston West and
South Kingstown breaking well. Same with Cranston West and Moses Brown making a move up to these leaders. No, we're not doing the announcements. We're just doing the live stream. So Classical leading into the final straightaway here, followed by LaSalle. South Kingstown making a move now past Westerly, and Cranston West surging ahead here into third position, going into the second exchange. And Classical coming through.
158 through that second handoff. So Classical well up front right now. That looks to be LaSalle in second.
Yeah, and then followed by Cranston West, South Kingstown. Westerly back in 5th. South Kingstown moving up well into 3rd, trying to run down LaSalle for 2nd.
Looks like Classical might have a pretty good gap for themselves against LaSalle. But South Kingstown moving well against LaSalle. Trying to make a move on this end of the turn, coming down the straightaway.
Making a big move to try and get into 2nd, but LaSalle is holding off South Kingstown for the time being, and she's going to pass her. Big move out on the outside from Westerly.
Classical's going to get the handoff out here in about 3:02, 3:03.
So I'm pretty sure this is Zeta DePena from LaSalle. Alexis Caggiano from Zeta DePena from Classical. Alexis Caggiano from LaSalle.
You're going to have big moves
South
from
Kingstown.
You're going to have big moves from Cranston West and Westerly.
Yeah, Sierra Thompson, South Kingstown moving well, trying to get into that 2nd position.
They're hunting down Classical, but Classical I think has the best lead they can get.
Yeah, Classical has a pretty substantial lead. I think as long as she holds on to the baton, she should run them home for a state title. But South Kingstown into 2nd place now.
Yeah, really strong stretch here for Classical.
Potential close to 4 minutes. 3:59 and change
Sub
for
4
Classical. South Kingstown
for
not
Classical.
too far behind. LaSalle 3rd. Westerly 4, Cranston West 5.
Classical official time and state champion 3:59.79. South Kingston Town 4:02.68. LaSalle 4:05.13. Westerly 4:06.25. Cranston West 4:07.13. Moses Brown 4:09.44 to close out the final heat of the girls 4x400 meter relay.
See if the splits come in here. We have splits for the other sections. But
so now we'll have the boys 4x400 meter relay walk down the straightaway.
so state record in this event, Central High School 2016, 3:18.09. And the meet record, also by Central High School from 2010, 320.99.
Wow. Pretty great times to end the day, for sure.
Yeah. So in this first section of the boys 4x4, we're going to have Hope High School, the Prout School, and South Kingstown High School in lanes 3, 4, and 5. Prout, the fastest team so far in this section with a 3:39.8 seed time, but South Kingstown not far behind at 3:39.89, and Hope also not too far behind at 3:40.42.
So again, this is the final track event of the day, which was actually set for 6:20. So running a little bit behind. Not sure how.
I think the girls were
We
supposed
got
to start
there?
at 6:20. So
Oh, girls start at 6:20.
yeah.
That makes sense actually. My fault.
So
So final event of the day.
yeah. So we'll quickly flash back. The girls 4x4, both anchor legs for Classical and South Kingstown. Zeta DePena and Sierra Thompson, both running 57-second final splits there on that leg. So pretty fast times from them to close out the 4x4.
Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, great anchor leg for Classical to win that state championship. And so we'll go into the boys' first section here. And, of course, we'll give updates to the rest of the field events if we can here. And then we will
Yeah, and looks like we're off now
Going
in
to team
the
scores.
first section of the boys 4x4. Hard to tell right now who's out, but it looks like, I don't know, I can't tell right now with the stagger, but
Right now it is South Kingstown, Prout, and Hope all in that order for now. Looks like they look to be pretty even.
yeah.
Hope
But
looks
making it up on the inside.
Yep, Hope moving well through, now in second and moving into first.
Yeah, they're going to be
Going down the straightaway.
they will hand off in first based on the stagger. So great opening leg so far from Hope. And based off the exchange, looks at about 51 for Hope. So pretty good opening leg. South Kingstown hands off second, then Prout in third. So looks like Hope is going out hard on this leg as well. So potentially a pretty good time for Hope in the running.
Yeah, again, you're going to look for a lot of these 4x4 teams to kind of try to sneak in to a good position. I mean, definitely going to be tough from the first heat, but definitely not impossible. Again, Hope out to a really strong lead.
Yeah, South Kingstown hanging in front of Prout for second in the heat, but Hope has a pretty large lead right now, about 30 meters ahead of South Kingstown. And Hope's going to hand off the baton about 145, so that was about 53, 54 for Hope. Looks like South Kingstown started to make up some ground on the first turn there on Hope. But we're all about evenly spaced right now, about 15 meters in between all three of these teams on this third leg. Hope pulling away, slightly increasing that lead over South Kingstown. But South Kingstown trying to come back a little bit and close that gap. Prout still hanging off of them for third. But here we go into the anchor exchange. Hope is going to be leading about 2:39 on the clock. South Kingstown a little bit behind them, 2:41. And Prout at 2:44.
Yeah, Hope it looking really good, nice in control. Definitely seems like they're going to keep this lead here, but you do have the gap starting to lessen a little bit here.
Yeah, South Kingstown closing, trying to catch up to close down on Hope, but Hope, he went out a bit too hard maybe, and Hope starting to come back in.
Yeah, Hope's now turning another gear. He's definitely going to be able to finish this strong for this first heat.
Yeah, still a very good run from these teams. They're going to run. Hope's going to be 332.
Low 332.
South Kingstown probably about 334, 335. And Prout
Actually under 332, so 331.95 officially for Hope. South Kingstown 335.18. Prout 338.29. Again, 331, that's a pretty legit time.
Yeah, that would definitely play with some of these other schools here as we look into these other sections.
So now we'll look at Section 2, St. Raphael in 1, East Providence in 2, Moses Brown in 3, Tollgate in 4, Westerly in 5, and Punagansett in 6.
Tollgate, number one time coming in to the section, 332.71. All teams in this between 332 and 338 seeds.
Yeah, and again, the 4x4 is always just a mixed bag of either anything that teams can scrounge up at the end of a meet or definitely the best of the best that their team has to offer for the 4x4. So you just never know who's going to kind of hop into the mix here.
Yeah, you sprinters, distance runners, hurdlers, jumpers, whoever feels good, whoever's ready to run a fast 400. Especially with team places coming down to this final event. Be crucial to, obviously, I don't think there's any races too particularly extremely close. West Warwick has a substantial lead. and Barrington has another substantial lead. Actually, about 7.5 point lead for Hendricken over Barrington. So if Hendricken needs to finish, if they want to win the team title, need to finish first or second, and Barrington would have to finish no higher than 8th.
And this is counting that all field events are scored.
Yeah.
But
Which I think they might be, because if we go back over here, everything is scored as far as I'm concerned, other than the 4x4. Yeah, everything else is
everything
scored.
is scored. Okay. So those are all set to go.
Yeah, on the girls' side, everything's scored for them. So at least on the girls' side, it looks like West Warwick will be your team champion, 76 points. And then Cranston West second, 59. Cumberland third, 57. Classical fourth, 55. And Charahoe fifth, 53.
So yeah, so girls' side is all finished up. Warwick, the
West
team
Warwick.
champions. You have the Ray sisters definitely leading that charge for
Yeah.
sure. Those are going to be the two to kind of
Accumulated
be a
for ton
be a
of those
takeaway
points,
for them
yeah.
today. Is just those two with I can't even count how many state and meet records they broke today
I
because there was
think
too
every
many.
single one of, yeah, they scored 66 out of those 76 points were from the Ray sisters.
Yep.
40 from Lisa and Louise, I remember 26 from Xenia.
So now we have the second section of the boys 4x4. Getting in the blocks.
And now we're off, and someone either false started or something. We are getting called back. Hopefully, none of these athletes false started to take their teams out of the race.
Yeah, so we'll look to see what the official rules here. Looks like it's going to be. Looks like the yellow card. We're going to get a green card here.
So that's good. No one will be kicked out of the field. Everyone will get to do it. Looks like the official is talking to one of the athletes. He might have flinched or something, prompting the callback.
Yeah, I mean, last event of the day, a little, maybe nerves setting in, especially if
Or fatigue, one of the two.
fatigue. Yeah, one of those two might set in. You get a little twitchy in the block, especially in set if they hold it a little too long.
Yeah. Finger might slip or something. And
Yeah, luckily it was just a twitch, and they were able to call everything back. Whistle was blown. We'll have the gun up now.
everyone getting back into their blocks. The second section of the boys 4x4. And now we're off. Clean start this time, no callbacks. Looks like Westerly out to a good start, made up that turn on the stagger on the outside.
You also have Tollgate now coming up on Westerly. Starting to try and make a move, but Westerly holds him off pretty well going into the straightaway. And it's a big gap before you get to Ponagansett. Big battle between Tollgate and Westerly.
Yeah, both athletes coming through very strong in this opening leg.
Looks like we're going to have a pretty strong split, too, about 49, 50 points. For this
Westerly almost took over initially on that exchange, but Tollgate recovered from a less ideal exchange. Now they're leading off the break, followed closely by Westerly, then a gap back to Moses Brown, St. Raphael.
Looks like Tollgate's not even cutting in. Oh, he's actually coming in pretty slow.
Tollgate taking the long diagonal, run as little distance as possible on that leg.
I have to say
Wesley had to move outside.
that was the most efficient cut-in I've ever seen. So
Yeah, Westerly around him though on the off the turn, and he's pulling away. But everyone else closing. St. Raphael and Pontiac closing down on these two teams.
Yeah, so it looks like Westerly is going to come in for the first handoff, then Tollgate.
And then St. Raphael, Pontiac not far behind. But Westerly with a pretty decent lead right now. That's Robbie Wade for Westerly on this third leg. And then Tollgate, Pontiac moving up around St. Raphael.
This is going to be the heat to watch for the next section, as they might be coming in to steal a spot to score. Westerly well ahead right now, but
Yeah.
looks like they're kind of closing in a little bit here.
Yeah, that's Robbie Wade of Westerly with a phenomenal leg right there. Tollgate back in second. East Providence passing Pontiac for third. St. Raphael is fading. Moses Brown now moving up. Westerly with the lead at the exchange. Westerly running a good leg right now, but Tollgate closing. And East Providence and Pontiac closing on them. That's Jeremy Rowe for Pontiac and Owen Baroka for Moses Brown. We saw them run well earlier in the open 800, but Tollgate is starting to close down on Westerly here with about 170 meters left in this section. Yeah, Tollgate gonna pass Westerly off the turn. Phenomenal leg here from East Providence, and he's gonna pass Westerly. Trying to chase
closing him down.
Tollgate.
They're really coming down for Westerly.
That's a pretty stellar leg. Tollgate is going to run 3:28. East Providence not far behind. Westerly faded. Moses Brown, Owen Baroka of Moses Brown caught Westerly.
So official time for that section, 3:28:15. East Providence 3:29 flat. Moses Brown 3:34:9. Westerly 3:30:92. Pontiac 3:31:37, and St. Raphael 3:34:28.
All right.
And now we have section 3.
Final section, boys 4x400 meters.
We have Cranston West in lane 1, Bishop Hendricken in 2. That will be the team to look out for, as well as Barrington in lane 6, Portsmouth in lane 3, LaSalle in 4, and Classical in 5.
LaSalle leaders right now, 3:25:89 seed time. They ran 3:22 earlier this year at the Penn Relays. So, be interesting. 4 teams seated right now under 3:30. Bishop Hendricken also ran sub 3:30 as a squad at the Penn Relays.
And I mean, if this list is right, looks like all these runners have at least an event under their belt already on the day. So,
like I mentioned a few minutes ago, there's a 7.5 point difference between your leaders Barrington in the team race and Hendricken in second. So, Hendricken would have to place first or second in this relay, and Barrington would have to finish no higher than 8th if Hendricken wants to win the team title.
and again, we'll just double check to make sure. Yep, that seems to remain the case. Barrington with 114, Bishop Hendricken 106.5. So here we go. Looks like we're going to have the whistle blown here to start. Not sure what we're waiting on. Oh, looks like we're waiting for the time
You see Dylan Manning down
table to be all set.
Yeah, he's down there with Hannah O'Connor, right in front of the Tollgate flag right there. Right there, right in front of that. He's in a gray shirt, and she's wearing like a black shirt. He's been there for like an hour.
Not entirely sure what we're waiting on here. Just had some timers come out of a tent.
I know. there seems to be an athlete on the track. I don't know what is holding up the start of this section.
They have a meeting with all the referees in the middle here.
Yeah, they might be discussing an infraction that a team had made, so they could potentially be disqualifying a team from the previous section.
Didn't see a red flag at any time. Oh, we're going to get the white flag, so I guess we're good.
Yeah.
So either that might be a discussion for later on, but I would assume the white flag would mean that they're just going to, that there isn't
regardless
anything
of
going on.
that, they're going to get ready to start this final section of the boys 4x4. Final heat and race of the day at the Rhode Island Boys State Meet, and like we just mentioned a few moments ago, potential team title on the line here between Barrington and Bishop Hendricken.
Yeah, again, Barrington a little bit more on the line coming off of the indoor title. So they're looking to be indoor and outdoor team champions.
If Barrington can win the outdoor title, it'll be the first public school title in about 10 years. And we are off here. Final section, boys 4x4.
Again, Bishop Hendricken and Barrington, the two teams to watch, lane 2 and lane 6 right now.
Looks like Cranston West out to a good start, already making up the stagger on Bishop Hendricken and almost on Portsmouth. The rest of the teams remain about even.
Barrington looking really strong in the outside lane. Bishop Hendricken struggling behind in lane 2.
But it looks between LaSalle, looks like they're leading based on the stagger. We'll see who hands off first.
LaSalle looks to be in the lead right now. Again, it'll be all on the stagger. LaSalle will hand off first, followed by Barrington.
I don't remember who won this race, who won this event last year. But if LaSalle did not win last year, then LaSalle has never won a 4x4 at Rhode Island Boys High School State Meet. Their only title would have came in 2022, but they were disqualified due to a lane violation. But Hendricken moving up well now.
Bishop Hendricken
up into second place.
Very well. Going from last to second now in the
I believe
heat.
That might have been Jacob Coates, one of the top athletes that we saw earlier today in the 400. But LaSalle has is still leading here into the final, not in the final, but into the straightaway, going into the second exchange. Hendricken starting to fade back, maybe went out a little bit too hard. Barrington closing down on them. I'm sure they know what's at stake for them. LaSalle threw in 140, so they could potentially chase down this meet record, 320.99 from Central High School in 2010.
Bishop Hendricken getting themselves back in the mix, all the way out in lane 2 right now. Barrington in 3.
Cranston West 4. I think that's classic. That's Portsmouth at 5, and Classical trying to make a pass in 6. The Hendricken athlete is still in lane 2.
Kind of using a little extra energy than he needs to.
But LaSalle has pulled away from the rest of this field. Barrington starting to close down on Hendricken. Same with Portsmouth. Cranston West fading back. Classical still moving up on the outside. LaSalle's running away with this one right now.
Yeah, LaSalle getting the handoff right there.
I believe this is Jarrett Garreau.
About 4-second lead.
LaSalle. Barrington into second over Hendricken. Classical in 4. I believe that's Thomas Breen for Classical. And he is out well on the outside, but he had to go out in the lane 3 off the turn. See if that affects him later on, but he's moving up into second. Jerome Pizzullo from LaSalle is leading here, and he has about a 50-meter lead. See if he can run down this meet record for LaSalle in the boys 4x4. The first time winning this event for the school.
Coming down, it looks to be.
They might dip under 320. They will. 319.29. That's a new meet record. And it's based off my records. Classical for second. And that potentially might be the first time that LaSalle has ever won a 4x4 at a boys state meet.
And breaking the meet record, too, at the same time with the official time and state champions LaSalle 319.34. Classical 324.87. Barrington in third 325.11. They will be your team champions after that race. Portsmouth 328.31. Bishop Hendricken 329.15. And Cranston West 329.49.
See if we can pull up splits real quick for this event. Those are some pretty fast legs we saw. Yeah, LaSalle, 319.34. Garrett Giroux Pizzulo, 48.32 on anchor. Thomas Breen for classical, 47.76.
You also had Barrington's anchor leg 49.25.
Yeah, Barrington finishing
Incredible
ahead of
splits.
Hendricken will guarantee their state title. So
now they are indoor and outdoor state champions.
yeah, and if I remember correctly, that's the first time since 2016 or 2017 that a public school has won this meet, right? At least in terms of the team title. Last one being Central in 2017.
Yeah, that's highly impressive. So what a great day for Rhode Island state champs. I mean, again, the showing of the Ray sisters and great performances on the boys' side too. From in the 4, the 2, 3K we had
Sean Gray.
Sean Gray, yeah,
Elias
huge.
Sato, 200, 400, double champion.
Yeah, so that's really it.
Yeah, and then phenomenal run
to
here
do.
by LaSalle to run second fastest time in state history in that 4x4.
So impressive day overall for the Rhode Island State champs here at Connolly Stadium. And I think that's about it for us today. They will be awarding the teams so far, but as we have those results already, we're probably going to be signing off here. I'm Ryan Moyer here with
Tony Capalbo.
We also had Tyler Sheedy here with us and Steve Mazzone giving us a great preview before the meet had started. Thank you to them. And thank you to Lars down here for being our camera guy, as well as Tyler Sheedy being down on the field here. And we're going to say so long from Connolly Stadium. You've been watching the NFHS Network, Ocean State Running, powered by Marathon Sports, sponsored by Hoka. Have a good evening, everybody. Hope you enjoyed, and have a great weekend.